Morning.
Oh, good morning. There we go. There we go. I would like to call our strategic plan session for the 2025 session in order. But, oh, I guess I see some words to say. I want to come up here for Trump somebody. You know the reason why I'm doing this? Guess what? This might be the last time I can address the A-team like this, a simple here. And I just wanted to talk to all the employees first. Thank you for everything you've done for the city, for me, for council, to help us get to where we are, for all the projects that we're doing, the ups and downs that we've all experienced. Guess what? We're still moving forward. And I just want to personally thank you all for that, because you all help each and every one of us, because you helped the city into where it is today. Love that. So this is another strategic plan. And we have a lot to talk about today. Some of it's very historical, but it's good to remember the history as we go forward, so we can have that baseline. And then this council here will figure out or to put on a strategic plan for the next council. And that's historically the way it works. And so, please have the conversation that's necessary for us to do that. Council, Stacey, Kristen, Aaron, I appreciate you. Tom, you're not there right now, but that's I appreciate you too. Okay? Yes, sir. Yeah. We made some good decisions. Yeah, as we sat here, and guess what? We're going to continue to make those decisions. And as I've told people, every decision we make, you might not like, but you know my story. I've been married 40 years, and every decision I make, my wife doesn't like. So I can't say 100,000 people don't like every decision I make either. So that's it. I just wanted to welcome everybody. Let's have some fun today. Let's have some energy, some conversation that's necessary. And I'm gonna, with emergency management in the front row, we gotta talk about where safety is, where the coffee is, and all that. So I'm gonna turn that over to Casey.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I think that's the first thing Ben thinks of when he thinks of emergency management is where's the coffee? So we'll make sure to cover that. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the guests that are here today. We've got a full agenda, a couple of housekeeping things. You notice we're using mics, and so we are going to ask if you're speaking to use a mic. Council members, you have a mic at each table. If you'll please use that. When you're up here presenting, please speak into the mic, and then we'll also have a mic to run to people if you need to answer questions. Part of that is so that everyone in the room can hear, because we have this really loud air intake that there's no way to turn that off. So want to make sure that everyone can hear. And then also, Raina and Dwight are recording this for the public for future use as well. So we want to make sure that they get all of the accurate audio. So we'll ask you to do that. If you do get a mic in your hand, there's just a button. Make sure it's green when you get it. All you have to do is push it if it's red. And when you're done, you can push it, it'll go back to red. So back in the corner, we've got coffee, tea, water, so help yourself as needed. We will take breaks as needed. So council, if you kind of give us a signal, we're like, hey, we need to take a break, we'll take a break. Restrooms are right out here in the lobby. So go ahead and head out as needed. We will have a couple of outside guest speakers. President Lamb's going to come at one portion and speak. Trent January from ODOT is here. He's going to speak. So we've got a few of those kind of background things that we're going to cover first this morning. And then after that, we'll jump more into quick recap of where we're at on the current strategic plan, and then discussing things for next year and next steps. So that's kind of the outline for today, and that's where we'll go. And we will have lunch somewhere in there as well. We'll kind of play that by ear depending on how timing of everything is going. So before we throw it over to Kathy for our first presentation, any questions or comments from anyone? All right, chatty bunch, appreciate that. All right, Kathy, you get to kick things off.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Kathy Panis. I am the finance director for the city. And I'm just going to go over a few, like the status of where we are right now, kind of what we're seeing in trends in our finances and that type of thing. I would like to recognize a few people here that are here, though, that are part of my team. And that's Ross Vanderham. He is our treasurer, and he's right over there. Chris Gander with Bank of Oklahoma, and he's our investment advisor, and Alan Brooks is our bond counsel, and they are a tremendous help to the city. And thank you guys for always being available and coming to our meetings and helping with that. So I'll just carry on and get started here.
Good.
Okay. So just to have a little bit of a review of what our process is for the year, our fiscal year runs July 1st through June 30th of every year. So if you ever see the acronym of FY24, that means fiscal year end 6/30/24, which was our most recent year, and it's what's under audit right now. The budget process itself runs January through June of each year, and our audited financial statement process runs from July through December each year. So right now we're in our audit process. We have internal and external auditors. They're both here right now, and that will be complete in December. So our primary revenue sources for the city are utility charges and sales and use tax. Those are our major funds. We have a lot of other things like, fee income, interest, that type of thing. But this is the major portion of our revenue. Utility services, so what we charge for all of our utilities, electric and water, drainage, stormwater, and wastewater, solid waste, that brings in approximately $190 million a year. The sales and use tax together brings in approximately $105 million a year. We have 6 fund types, so if you're looking at our budget, they're split into 6 divisions, and it's the general fund, which includes a large number of various funds, like our building, which is our permitting, our planning department, our court, police and fire, cemetery, all those types of things. And when I say police and fire in the general fund, it's because the general fund does fund part of police and fire. And then our special revenue funds are any type of a fund that's designated and can't be used for anything else. So police and fire are or public safety are the major funds in that group. But we also have things like our opioid fund, our marijuana fund, just special tax funds that we have to designate and spend on those types of expenses. Then we have our capital projects fund, and that brings in approximately $30 million between the two of those a year, $32 million, and that's where we spend all of our capital projects out of. Utility funds is our electric, water, and wastewater. And then other enterprise funds, there are 3 of them: Kicking Bird, Golf, CityLink, and your Go Shop, actually, which is a co-op that we have where other cities can take advantage of some of our pricing. And then our internal service funds, which basically is all of the departments that provide, I call it overhead, but it's, services to help run your city day to day, like IT and finance. Okay, so just to kind of review our budget that we're in right now for fiscal year 25, we have budgeted revenue of $349 million. and it's just made up of the various things. We talked about charges for services just a second ago, and 190 million of that is utilities. The rest of it is, there's like right-of-way fees is really the largest piece of that, but it comes from all the different groups, general fund, special revenue funds. So the difference between the 190 and the 216 are things like that. But this is what our revenue sources are. And then our budgeted costs are 453 million. And that is made up of operating costs across the city of 158 million, EPWA, or Edmond Public Works Authority, which is all of our utilities, 172 million, and then non-utility capital outlay of around 123 million. So we put together just this kind of a summary of the last, since 2015, what we've seen in our sales tax. This is sales tax only. And so the average growth rate from 2015 is about 3%. You can see it goes up and down, but what we're seeing right now, if I can get this is really where we are right now as of our last check that we received in November, early November. So our sales tax is actually down overall almost 3.5%. And then this is our use tax, and our use tax is up over time, and our average growth is 17%, but this month we're still sitting at 10.66% above just normal. But our overall combined sales and use tax, we are actually down 1.3% right now. So this just tells you a little, this is really how our sales tax, our total rate, we get 3.75% in the city that we keep. The additional 4.5% goes to the state. So this is what we operate on. And of every penny that we collect, 1.25% of it goes to park tax, 0.5% goes to the 2017 CIP, 0.75% goes to the 2000 CIP, and public police gets 1.25%, and fire gets 0.25%, and general fund has 2%. So the next few slides are to show what each one of those different segments can be used for and what the rate is. So we have a general fund. There are 6 different types. General fund is 2%. 1% of that is permanent, and 1% will expire in March of 2027. And that 1% will require a vote of the public to renew. Our annual sales tax collections are around 45 million, and 2/3 of that is transferred to police and fire. It leaves approximately 15 million in our general fund. The general fund is used for all types of things. It's the one that really isn't restricted per se. And it's for park and rec, street maintenance, municipal court, senior citizen center, community impact support, just all the different types of community services that the city provides. Park tax is permanent, and it is restricted to park type things. So we bring in about 2.8 million a year, and it's really for the operation of our parks, personnel, materials and supplies, and contracted services. And then also we are able to spend some of that money on capital improvements to parks. Our 2000 CIP, which is Capital Improvement Project Fund, is permanent, and it is restricted to capital projects. We bring in approximately 17 million a year, and it's used for citywide capital projects. The 2017 CIP fund is temporary. It will also expire in March of 2027, and it will require a vote of the public to renew. Annual collections are around 11 million, and once again, it's citywide projects, capital projects. Our police and fire, our public safety funds, they are permanent, and they are restricted. So the police funds are restricted for use by police, and the fire funds are restricted for use by the fire department. And the annual collections for just this piece of the police fund are about 2.8 million. And then the police fund also receives 36.8% of all general fund sales tax revenue, which is about 16.7. And I think initially the packet that went out to council said general fund revenue, which the police and fire departments do get those percents of total general fund revenue, but this slide actually is addressing just the sales tax portion. And so the sales tax portion is 16.7. And the uses for that are personnel, equipment, and departmental needs. Then the fire public safety limited tax fund is the same. They get about 5.7 million a year from the dedicated tax, and then they receive approximately 13.7 from general fund. Same uses, personnel, equipment, and department needs. So this kind of shows you what we get from that 3.75%, about 85 million a year, and it's broken down as shown here. So for the 45.5 is general fund, and then all those other items, the 2.8, 17, 11, 2.8, 5.7, go directly to those other funds. So all of these funds get this directly, and it is all restricted to those types of expenses. And then use tax, we get approximately 20 million a year. And so the total altogether is about 105 million that we receive. This is then just a breakdown of the general fund only. So you can kind of see what's happening when I was referencing the 16.7 million and the 7.1 or the 5.7. That is, we get 64 million, 65 million a year in total sales and use tax, and that is how it's split out. So we were looking at what, generally speaking, if you're thinking about our finances and where we are, if we're up or down 1%, every penny or every percent of sales tax equals approximately 23 million right now. And that's always based on the spending habits of our community. And then every penny of use tax is approximately 5 million. So every penny generates approximately $28 million. For round numbers, if you just want to think in terms of 30 million for every penny, just kind of an easy way to think about it. So if we were to lose 1% of our sales and use, we would lose approximately 28 million a year. These two right here are the two that expire in 27. The 27 CIP tax is approximately 12 million. So together, you're looking at about $40 million if those two sales taxes are not renewed in 2027. So this is just a breakdown, kind of showing you a history back to fiscal year 6/30/20. And this is general fund. And basically what you're seeing is the red line is expenses, the blue line is revenue. Just for purposes of kind of remembering back what happened, our expenses spiked in 20 because of the ice storm that we had, and basically when we got reimbursed by FEMA a couple of years later. So that's really what's causing those spikes. What we're looking at right here, so this is actually what has happened, and it has been audited, and this is our budget. So you can see there's a gap. Our expenses are higher than our revenue. And basically the reason that's happening right now is that when we do our budget process, all the departments look at what they need. They're looking at personnel costs and just, materials and supplies, everything they need, and then they put it in the budget. And we estimate it out for 5 years. The revenue, due to, well, another thing I should point out is that right here, when this was during COVID, and inflation started to happen, supply chain issues, so our costs were going up, but also we saw a spike in our sales tax revenue. It went up. Most other places it went down, but we did not have a revenue loss during COVID, and we attribute that to the fact that everybody stayed here and they were buying things here in Edmond. But when people started going back to work, we've seen our sales tax drop. And that's what we're seeing right now. And so right now, we're at break even. We're pretty flat on our sales tax. Typically, in the past, I started with the city in June 1st of 2020, and we would budget 2% growth, and we would collect 5 to 8. And that's not the case now. So now we budgeted this year 0.5% growth, and we are sitting at a negative 1.3 right now. If we continue our spending and collection habits through the end of the year, it looks like we'll end around a negative 30% or 0.3%. So right now, that's all we have to work with, what's actually happening. So we're actually seeing what we thought would happen. This slide is if the 1 cent general fund sales tax is not renewed. And basically what it's showing is the drop in revenue, which would also cause a drop in expenses. But it's basically, it's a $10 million hit to the general fund. And because of the split, it would also be approximately a $10 million hit to each, the fire department and the police department. So this is just showing what the levels would be if we were to lose that sales tax. And then this is the reserves compared between what, if we keep our 2% sales tax rate or if we lose it. So basically you can see the reserves also are being depleted. And so when you think about finances too, you have kind of 3 buckets: reserves, revenue, and expenses. And each of those plays a part in covering the operations of the city and what we can spend our money on. And then this is just a visual of what we're anticipating as well with our public safety reserves. This is reserves also, and you can see in 28 and 29, if we continue our current spending patterns, we are estimating the reserves will go negative for that group as well. So do you have any questions right now? I'm going to turn it over to Andy for the non-utility capital outlays, but do you have any questions, or is that making sense? Yes.
On page 7 of the slide, the slide is 3.48 in the knowledge.
Oh, sorry. Back.
Do you have a historical perspective of where we've been that month, this time of year, and where we are now, going back 3 or 4 years? Is it the time of year that's affecting this, or is it just the overall spending? What's going on?
There's definitely patterns, yes. And typically before Christmas we'll see a dip, and then usually the Christmas holiday sales will increase a little bit, and then we'll see another dip in, February or March. I do feel like it's probably pretty true as far as the trends like that. I think the reason that it's negative now and what we're seeing is just people don't have as much money to spend. And the inflation, and, there were a lot of government, incentives or, those types of things during COVID, and that's all stopped. Student loans have picked up again. So people just don't have the expendable money that they used to, and we are really seeing it. And I think the surprise for me, just because, I've been here since 2020, is that when I initially came and we estimated 2% growth, and it was like a lot more, I thought, oh, wow, that's great. And so I think the thing that's, I don't know if it's surprising, but the fact that we've estimated 0.5% growth, and we honestly are like right there or below.
And then you mentioned spending patterns. If we continue the spending pattern, what patterns are we talking about?
So on the expense side, I think, I'm sorry, well, I think when I was saying spending patterns, more so our citizens and how they're buying, Now, with our expenses, it's going to be based on what each department really is looking forward. I mean, like, for instance, fleet is a good example. So we plan 5 years ahead to replace vehicles, but sometimes you have things break down, so those are the things that you're not planning for. But, spending patterns, I don't feel like I'm answering your question, but it's, if we do plan for things like a lease, to replace our vehicles, we're going to continue that. Personnel increases, you have to look at that every year. We had a market adjustment last year, I guess, in all of our salaries because we were losing people or we couldn't fill positions. So I would say spending patterns, when each department looks at their budget, you'll look to see, well, did we spend everything? Did we need to? Are there studies that we need to do? So it's pretty detailed in each department when they look at what they're going to spend each year. And so that's really what the budget's based on as far as spending. Did that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
The one thing that I see that talk this year to talk about our spending patterns or what our citizens do for the sales things here, but and maybe this is we're going to look at the sales tax agents that we have with Oklahoma City as they continue to put things right on our border from their business model. So Memorial Bryant all the way down to thing now, but now you're coming up, call it the Health Street Track. Now they're coming on the west side of us, but they're putting more and more commercial there, which is part of their model is based on because they know that citizens at drive over there really can't be it. And right, and then we have the units that run down north of Waterloo, where the developing. Where do we have that conversation here when we look at our sales tax and some of the things that are impacting it is that it's the 3/4 of our city right now. It's that there's severe leakage to Oklahoma City.
And I think you're exactly right. Now, that revolves around economic development and really what our priorities are here, but you're right. Sorry, I'm going to come here.
Done.
I think Andy's going to pop in too.
Can you hear me? So, Mary, you asked a great question. So that's one of the tasks that EEDA typically looks at is sales tax growth, attraction, the retention, as well as the chamber. You're right. The study, Ross is doing that for us this last year.
Vanderham?
Our
I'm s-
resource sales tax projection.
Oh, Russell Evans, Dr. Russell Evans.
Yeah, where he said 3/4 of our population leaves the city every morning to go to work. They likely they're shopping there before they return home. So there is a lot of leakage. We talked to our friends at Oklahoma City. They're very appreciative of Edmond residents because they shop extensively. Oklahoma City, you just have to look at the end of Comfort Drive. All the car dealerships, they say Edmond, but they're not in it. If you go shopping over at whatever mall, they're largely based on Edmond residents coming to the malls to shop. So we leak a lot. So the challenge we have globally is the sales tax generators within the city. That's why we talk about the importance of keeping our freeways focused on retail to all the personnel uses. And then how do we work to redevelop, I'll call it older retail operations to be renewed to generate new growth. So they'll continue to be a challenge for us. for that to go forward. I think, going back to the councilor's question about self-tackling to spending trends is, when we build a budget, we always build a balanced budget with hope that the revenue will come in. What staff is projected as far as their cost to maintain the current levels of service that are, and to really, the question is how do you close that gap is we'll have to adjust our spending habits to meet what currently comes in there. So that's why we talked about coming back at mid-year to do a mid-year budget adjustment, and then we'll probably discussion if these trends continue with our staff to say what are ways within your existing budget for the remainder of the year to curtail costs, so we can come back into balance. So hopefully that helps.
And I will add to that too. I feel like the departments have been very good this year, because we've talked about this for the last year or so. Instead of coming immediately to council and saying, I need a supplemental, I need more money, they're really looking within their budget that they have right now, and we're trying to use money that we may think we may not need this year. So they've been very good about that, and we will address that with our midterm adjustment and try to do it in one fell swoop instead of every meeting. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate that. My name is Andy Conyers. I'm the Assistant City Manager of Administration, and one of the things that I get the privilege to do with the city is have a role within our capital projects and the budgeting of that. And while it always takes a village, there's lots of people. I'm appreciative that I get to play a role in this. And so while Kathy focused a lot on just operations, the day-to-day running of the city and providing high-quality customer service, and this thing's really, oh, thank you very much, Dane. I thought that was me. I thought, wow, I have such power over this clicker. Be happy to answer any questions along the way, Council, but just want to provide a snapshot for non-utility capital projects, again, to show the wheel. And so when we say non-utility capital projects and how they're funded, Kathy mentioned these three primary funds, about $3 million a year from the park tax, $12 million a year from the 2017 CIP sales tax, and then $18 million a year from the 2000 CIP sales tax. And just as a reminder, I know she said it previously, but just to reiterate, this one has a sunset in the spring of 2027. So it was a temporary 10-year tax that was free. So what do we mean when we say non-utility capital projects? So over the last 23 plus years, since the 2000 came into existence, there has been $436 million worth of projects that have been accomplished with these funds. And there's two primary funds, really the 2000 and the 2017. And here are the buckets of things that they fund. So you have your nuts and bolts infrastructure, so just high-level project examples that have been funded through this. So the intersection improvement at 2nd and Bryant, as well as our annual street resurfacing, that is about $4 to $5 million a year. And then quality of life projects, so recently Stevenson Park, in the facility that we're sitting in right here, as well as Service Blake Soccer Complex, which we recently cut the ribbon on, with $5 million worth of upgrades to that existing very busy facility. And then for public safety, this is a tax. Previously, the 2017, as voted on by residents, was repurposed from the 2012 tax that funded the Public Safety Center. So these funds have paid for that. They've also funded the new fire station number 2, and as well as public facilities, so our city center complex that's under construction now, and then the YMCA and library facility. So added up, it's about $18 million a year worth of projects that have been able to be funded through these two primary funds. And last year, we had a conversation in this very room about the funding gap between project needs and available funding over a 10-year period of time. What that exercise was intended to do was to be a snapshot of the capital project needs within the city over a 10-year period of time, and then the funds that are available. So I just wanted to walk you through that again, and I know with our CIP advisory board that this is always front and center with them. I see Phil Klutz, as a member of the board, is here as well, so he's very familiar with this graph. I think it really does tell a pretty good story as far as the needs versus the money available. So, and again, I don't think that my perspective is that the goal is never to not have a gap. I think with any community, you're always going to have some sort of a gap, but it's what level of gap is acceptable and what level of gap are your residents willing to fund. And so that's the exercise. So the 495 was arrived at by just taking a look at $316 million worth of transportation or mobility needs. So think about intersection widenings, annual road pavement improvements, and then our Edmond shift projects, which make things safer around schools, neighborhood linkages, and then core network completion. And then 128 of the 495 is quality of life. So think parks, sports fields, and implementing some of the things that came out of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. And I'll say, of that 128 of quality of life projects, 80 of that is just improving or maintaining what we already have. So it's not new. And the vast majority of that 495 is just either improving or maintaining what we already have. It's not building new things. It's improving and maintaining. And then 51 of that 495 is for public safety and city facilities. So, and then on the right, the 158 was built on the assumption that we would have a 2% year-over-year growth in sales tax, which, as Kathy alluded to, currently we're not hitting that this fiscal year, nor did we hit it last year. It's also built with not assuming that the 2017 CIP is going to be extended. So at that point, it was only 3+ years of revenue. Now it's only 2+ years of revenue. And then not refinancing our current debt. And then, of course, no additional funding from grants or any other ways of money to come in, which we know it was based with very conservative assessments. And then, so the question has been asked, if the 2017 CIP sales tax were to be extended for this length of time over this 10-year period, where would that gap be? So that 158 would go up to 241. So 158 would become 241. And again, that's where you continue the conversation, what's the acceptable level of gap, right? So again, just a snapshot in time that was taken a year ago to look at the needs, overall non-utility capital needs of the city versus the anticipated revenue that would come in. And just takeaways from what Kathy covered and then what I'm covering too. So what we're seeing is slowing of sales and use tax revenue, increasing expenses, dwindling of reserves, and of course we do have those 2 sales tax that do expire, which could potentially be a loss of $40 million annually. So staff will continue to research as we move into fiscal year 26 budget season, some of those things that the manager alluded to. So from my perspective, when we look at this, there was decisions made previously by the council, by this community, to invest in itself for the long-term sustainability when it comes to water and wastewater. And I know our director, Chris Knifing, is going to touch on that here in a minute. But I think we've reached that point as a community where we need to have those conversations about the long-term sustainability of this community when it comes to how we're funded. As everyone knows, there was a question on the ballot last week, and we know the outcome of that. And again, that was only focused on capital projects. The things that Kathy touched on are the day-to-day operations. So in my mind, there's 2 different buckets here that we're talking about. The day-to-day, providing the level of service that the community expects, and they let us know they expect, versus the other bucket, which is the capital improvement projects that I believe they expect as well. So it's how do we make sure that we're keeping expenses in line with revenue? But then, to go back, even with that, we've got this gap on a day in and day out basis here. And again, staff will do everything we can to be as efficient as we can to keep expenses down. But when we look at projections, we still have a gap even if the 1 cent is extended. And then on the capital project side, what is this acceptable level of gap over the next 10 years as far as needs? And again, primarily those needs are just investing and improving and maintaining the things that we already have, not new. And then what does that gap need to be, and what's the community's level that they would like it to be? So here we go. I know not the cheeriest news, but I know that challenges that are facing a growing community, and I do want to highlight that it's been wonderful that from a capital projects perspective, over the last 23 plus years, $436 million worth of improvements have been made. So I can't imagine this community without those improvements being made. Happy to answer any questions.
I just thought, speak, when I said, to refine that chart, yes, well, there are the number of grants that we have to shoot, and maybe the list of all the processes we had, and you put a little dash next to it, the majority of projects that were rulings, we had received some that little supplemental funding, start grant. It's in that, if you didn't see that,
Yeah.
those projects are the.
Yeah, yeah, great point, man. For example, the intersection improvement that's slated to begin in the spring, next spring for Danforth and Kelly, that's a $12 million project, of which the city is going to pay about $5 million of that. So $7 million of grant funding has been obtained. And I know there's a slide when we go over updates to your strategic plan that puts a dollar figure to all the grants that have been obtained recently.
Right. And I just drove through that intersection coming here this morning, and the cones are out.
Yeah.
That are on the side, because it's a long process to get to the park to actually carry up the road and move utilities. But we all have to remember, the citizens have to remember, that there are businesses around the intersection. When we saw a second line, where the disruption there, the businesses were coming to us and said, hey, Edmond's not shopping here anymore because of construction. And we had to come cheerleaders for them and said, just because of the construction, you still have to go to those small businesses there. Because at the end of the day, when that construction's finished, you want to go over either to the bakery, which can get that cream puff, or to go to Coleman. And so the same thing's going to happen today with Kelly, that when those homes start moving out into the street, because that's going to impact sales tax dollars. And we're still doing construction in our community. And our citizens, I'm asking them, I'm certainly asking them, still patronize those businesses during the construction period.
Okay, very good. If there's no more questions, does the manager have any thoughts, questions, parting words?
Again, will a staff, as we start the budget process, even before it starts the budget process, will be looking for mid-year adjustment to come back to council, talk about other ways that we can begin to adjust. And then as we go through the budget process for the next year, we'll look at these trends. We're going to watch to see what happens during holiday sales. Do they jump back, come back, or not? We'll start to budget accordingly. What Andy talked about is, the capital side is the capital side. And the community will have to figure out what we're going to do with some of those projects. Those are still projects that are out there, real, and the community wants to have them done. We just have to figure out as a community, how do you want to fund those? So those are still existing, and so those may be delayed for a period of time as we figure out what those may be and fund them. As far as day-to-day, it's all the more pressing challenge for our staff is how do we continue to keep the levels of services our citizens expect attainable. And that may mean we have to come to council and say that's a great idea, and we need to defer that because we have day-to-day activities before we tie this type of things. So that's going to be context of the budget season is what's essential to meet what our budget is and what our finance requires.
On this again, the takeaways, we're talking about the ending reserves. So it's to remind everyone, when we have the ice storm, how do we pay for the ice storm? How do we pay for the ice storm cleanup? That came out of our reserves. And we do it increase. However, in years, so we went past that at a reduced amount. But we were fortunate to have reserves there, so you got covered with that. And when I look at the sales tax going up and down from a historical perspective, a lot of times it goes up when there's an disaster here. Because you have roofing and reconstruction to repair the damage. And that's not a good way to have sales tax increase. So, I just wanted to make that point.
All right. Before we move on to the next part, you guys want to keep moving? You need a break? What would you all like to do? You want a break? Yeah, we can. So let's do this. We'll take a short break. We'll get started back at 10 o'clock. So 10 minutes. All right, we're going to get started back. So hopefully everyone had time to do what you need to do during that quick break. Council, as you need breaks moving forward, just please let me know. We'll make sure that we take those. So we're going to move ahead. We've got a few presentations that we want to hit. We're very fortunate this morning to have UCO President Todd Lamb joining us. He's been here at the university a little over a year now and is doing a great job and is obviously a great friend of ours, as the university is a key part of our community. So he's going to come share some things that are going on with the university, and then also offer any opportunity for you all, council, to have a conversation on things. So President Lamb, I will turn it over to you, sir.
Excellent.
Thank you, Casey.
Good.
Well, good morning, council and friends of Edmond. It is one update I don't usually give to audiences on campus or off campus, because my update's about pretty UCO-centric. I don't give this update because most people would not care, but you all might. When I was hired as a 22nd president, we were still living through my midlife crisis out in the country of having acreage, chainsaws, horses, dogs, cats, four-wheelers, tractors, and so we dismissed that. We divorced the midlife crisis. My wife and I moved back to Edmond 1 year ago, and we were Edmond residents. The Russo Regents did not say I had to do that. It was not a requirement, but we were happy to do it. And we lived in Edmond years ago, early in our marriage. We're happy to be back and be Edmond citizens. I thought I'd lead with that, Mayor. I thought that we were.
We like the sales tax that you bring in.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, I'm giving back personally, not just professionally. Barry Moore suggested I lead with that this morning. I thought I would share a few updates generally about the university that you probably well know, but you may not. And so I never want to miss the opportunity to talk about the University of Central Oklahoma, even to those that may bleed bronze and blue because you attended there, you have a degree from our institution, or because you bleed bronze and blue because you know you're supposed to because of our tight partnership. But UCO is the third largest university in Oklahoma. And I think that's significant. Significant because as I've arrived in my tenure at UCO, I want to make sure we are kind of leaning forward and swinging up, if you will, when we compete with our friends in Stillwater and Norman, the two flagship R1 institutions. And I'll get back to the R1 designation, Research 1 designation in a moment. But third largest university in the state. UCO is a university in the Russo system, Regional University System of Oklahoma, Russo, R-U-S-O. There's 6 institutions in Russo: UCO, Northeastern, Northwestern, Southwestern, Southeastern, East Central. I think I covered all 6. To put in perspective, we're just not the third largest. In that Russo system, we're twice as large as the next biggest school. And that one happens to be in Tahlequah. So as I say, even in front of my brothers and sisters in Tahlequah, Alva, Weatherford, Ada, or Durant, we're the flagship of Russo. And I even push the envelope a little further. We're just not the flagship of Russo. I consider us one of the 3 flagship higher ed institutions in Oklahoma. UCO is the only state appropriated metropolitan university. Now, as some of you may know, I lived in the Capitol for a while. I was 6 years in the state Senate, 8 years as lieutenant governor. Some of the stats that I just shared with you, I don't think I would have passed that pop quiz when I was serving in the legislature. For instance, I never stopped for a moment and thought, who's state appropriated, who's not, who's in the metro, who's not. But UCO is the only state appropriated university in a metropolitan area in all of Oklahoma of 25 public colleges and universities. I think that's significant as we talk about workforce development, partnership with the city of Edmond, but also leaning forward in the years to come. That's pretty significant as I talk to the appropriators and the legislators. Last commencement in May, we're approaching one in December. May's commencement, we had 28 states represented in our commencement class in 25 foreign countries. 28 states and 25 foreign countries. So as we talk about Rousseau and the R being regional, and the 5 other institutions I mentioned, they are still pretty regional. They're serving a purpose, they're doing a good job, but they are still pretty regional. We have international reach and breadth and depth, if you will, throughout the country, but also internationally. A couple more updates, and then I'll get into a little bit more specific to strategic planning and the partnership with UCO and the city of Edmond. Since I arrived, I have been having internal conversations. As the mayor can attest to this, he's heard me publicly outside of our campus, walls and borders and territory. I've said this publicly at Rotary. I've said this publicly in speeches, commencement addresses. I've said this to the legislators. We're having discussions right now on our campus. Is it time for UCO to become an R2 institution? And that's extremely significant. The Carnegie designation, there's an R1. Those are the schools we've talked about already in Stillwater and Norman. R2, there's no public R2 in the state right now. And then there's research intensive. And for all intents and purposes, UCO is a research intensive university. And there's been some shifting and changing with Carnegie, who makes that determination. Since we've already arrived at research intensive institution, I want us to ask these questions internally, and we will answer them internally. Nobody will answer them for us. Should UCO become an R2? And the big threshold for that is that you have to bring in $5 million annually with research dollars and award 20 doctoral degrees per year. Well, as I'm sure you know, just last year, UCO announced that we finally have our first doctoral program. If you think about that, that is way too long and long overdue. UCO was established in 1890. It took us this long to have our first doctoral program. I mean, that's absolutely unacceptable. I think some folks held us back for far too long. Nobody on our campus, but those off our campus, wanted to keep UCO, they want to keep baby in the corner. And that's unacceptable for our state. So we're having town hall meetings with faculty and staff right now about what that would look like if we make that move to R2. A similar conversation we're having internally, which I think probably a little more problematic as it relates to Title IX and just funding an NIL. You probably see where I'm going. Is it time for UCO to become a Division I school? If you don't know, I'm sure you do, UCO has the best football team in the state of Oklahoma. Can I get an amen? So if you add up all the victories in Norman, and you add up all the victories in Stillwater, which takes less time, and then you add the two together, we have more wins. Yeah, we're 9-1. We have our last home game against Emporia State. There's a quarterback there at Emporia named Gundy, and we host them this Saturday. We should win. We have a tie for the conference championship right now. We could win outright if we beat Emporia on Saturday. And the way it works in D2 is that the higher seed hosts the playoff game. So I cannot wait to see everybody here, because you're so committed to Edmond and UCO. Can't wait to see everybody here at the game Saturday. I'm going to take a moment and memorize every face. It's my old Secret Service hand right here, just making sure. Okay, got it locked in, Casey. I got everybody locked in. We'll do roll at Saturday. And then the first playoff game. But our sports we're doing really well at UCO. Football I just talked about, 4th in the country. Our women's volleyball, we don't have men's volleyball, we have women's volleyball. They're 8th in the country at 25-2. These women are incredible. They have the highest GPA of any student athletes on campus, the highest GPA of any student athletes on campus, and they're incredible intimidators on the court, and they're marching toward the playoffs. Our golf team's doing well. Soccer team, they'll be vying for, women's soccer will be vying for a conference championship. probably this week or next week. So that's where we are at athletics. But as I talked to Stan Wagner, our athletic director, this may be the worst time ever to make a D2, D1 move. With NIL, the transfer portal, I think there's some D1 schools that don't want to be D1 schools right now. I think after the dust settles and these super conferences are finally realigned, and that dust settles, I don't know when it's going to be 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but I want us to be ready to make that jump and make that move if we think it's appropriate, and that'll be significant impact for the city of Edmond. Okay, a couple of updates here in our partnership. The University Neighborhood Master Plan, we're very excited about, between the west edge of our campus and the downtown business district. I used to drive down Campbell last year when I was living out in the country. I came in that way, and I just see that development, slowly. I don't mean that critically, it just seemed like it was slowly being built out. The construction takes a while, and now we're seeing retailers move in. We're very excited about that. Working together, we can establish a cohesive vision and a structure that will incentivize the development of this area and really just create that bridge from University and Campbell all the way to downtown. I think that'll strengthen downtown, and that'll be a great addition for our students to be able to walk and just have that access, and really a natural corridor of just retail and eating establishments. It's the campus corner in Norman, it's the Strip in Stillwater. I was in Tahlequah for a Regis meeting last week. I mean, dadgum, even Tahlequah has a strip right off the campus. Tahlequah can do it. I mean, we can do it, and it's a little bit long overdue for Edmond and UCO. There's an art piece called the Dr. Elaine Vargas statue. Elaine Vargas, she has the distinction of being Edmond's first female police officer, and later she was an esteemed UCO faculty member. And we really like to, I kind of have a request here before you, we really like to do a 50-50 split. Everything's been finalized. I mean, the statue is now 3/4 finished. So the toothpaste is out of the tube. And right now I think the city has agreed to fund $30,000 of that statue. And we just humbly request if you could find another $11,000 in the discretionary fund to make that a 50-50 split and just really show the partnership. And that statue will be, I think, on our campus. I'll be happy to answer questions about that. Recently, I was talking about what it would look like, what my vision is for our partnership, and I mentioned the Performing Arts Center. And when I talked about that, I was not referring to the Performing Arts Center of what was discussed in recent years, and I guess now that fell flat because of funding. I don't think next year, I don't think the year after, but cities our size and universities our size, particularly going to R2, D1, and the third largest university, and the city of Edmond being so urbane, I mean that complimentary, of course, urbane and metropolitan, I think we need to have a Performing Arts Center for the city of Edmond, for every high school in Edmond, for the university, for our citizens. So I don't know what that looks like, but I'll be happy to engage in conversation and planning. And Mayor, I know you're kind of, that one eyebrow went up when I said that recently when you were visiting our campus and we had that meeting. Couple more updates, and then I'll answer any questions, or I'll just get off the podium. I want to thank you for your commitment and help with the Community Recycling Center. You agreed to provide recycling dumpsters and empty them regularly. That prevented us from having to go out to a third-party contractor. You're building a radio tower so we can remove the radio tower from our campus, which is really an eyesore, outdated, and a lot of folks do not like it. So thank you for the investment you're making in the city, but also allowing us to remove some of our antennae and that tower on campus. And yesterday, I met with an economist who's on our faculty, and we are going to commission an economic impact study. It's been long overdue since if you looked at the economic impact study, I think it's maybe 7 years old, maybe 10 years old. It's so stale, it's irrelevant, and it's not a true economic impact study because it's so outdated. But I want all of us to know what our, meaning UCO's, economic impact is to the city of Edmond. And that impact study will also reach out to the county, reach out to the metropolitan area, but also reach out statewide of how we impact every county in Oklahoma. Lastly, I will just close generally kind of recapping what I've talked about. Our town and gown relationship is very important. And Edmond was really known as a college town for years. Edmond and UCO grew up together. We've gone through 5 name changes. And I would say Why have we gone through 5 name changes? The school in Stillwater's gone through 1 name change. The school in Norman's gone through 0 name changes. Why have we, UCO, gone through 5 name changes? Well, because our previous name of the university or college no longer defined us. More importantly, it could no longer contain us, what we were doing. So we're now the University of Central Oklahoma. So as Edmond's gone from a college town to this metropolitan, urban city in its own right that does not need Oklahoma City, but you're connected to it, likewise, UCO has grown up significantly. And while I'm president of UCO, I want us to strengthen the relationship we already have and get back not to a mindset or a limitation of small college town and small regional university, but to the relationship, what a small college town is and a small regional university. Friendships, relationships, a phone call away, get something done in 15 minutes, not create a task force, not create a long committee just to study something. You know, Ross Perot said in 1992, if you see a snake, kill it. Don't appoint a committee on snakes. I say that, I know I'm talking to a committee when I say that. Committees are important, they serve a purpose. But I want a relationship between the university and the city that we can just pick up the phone and call each other and get something done that fast if we can. And find the yes and not just find the no. So with that, I will close, and I close every speech like this. Hooves up. If you're not a Bronco, here's how you do it. You grab an imaginary coffee cup, you just go straight up. And these are hooves because we're Broncos. Hooves up, roll shows, like Bronco roll shows. And then I've said something on campus, today's Thursday. When it's Wednesday, I say today's Wednesday. But today's Thursday, and today's a great day to be a Bronco. Thank you for your service. Thanks for allowing me to be here today. Casey said I had 5 to 10 minutes, and I think I'm almost there. So with that, Mayor, I'll be happy to turn over any questions and take any suggestions, advice, or try to answer any questions you might have of me. But thank you very much for your time and allowing me to be here.
Oh, I appreciate that. You taking the time to be here. And yes, we spent a lot of time together. And on Saturday, guess what? It's Grandma Week.
What's up?
I'm going to the football game. And I gotta see it, But could you highlight one of the things that you talked about in several other areas, innovation, about your vision of Edmond? What does the campus look like with Edmond actually participating?
Yeah.
With program that you are already doing?
Well, I'll try. I think I'm going to answer this. If I don't answer it, come back and say you didn't answer it. So this is not directed at anybody in the room. This is just the challenge of being in a metropolitan area. We have wonderful events on campus, but we compete with the Thunder. And we compete with, Showbiz Cinema, which that's great. We have Showbiz Cinema. My wife and I go there. We compete with everything going on in Edmond, and we compete with things going on in the metropolitan area. But it's frustrating to me. I'm talking about these women that play volleyball. That'll be packed out. Hamilton's not that big. It's not the Lloyd Noble. It's not Gallagher either. I mean, Hamilton should be packed out for these women that are 25-2 and 8th in the country. Chadwickson Stadium should be packed out Saturday. We're the best football team in the state, if you didn't know. I know I've repeated myself. These guys play their guts out. The cheer team, the band, they participate. Our students will be there. I want to see at least the home side packed out. We were almost 10,000 at our last home game, almost 10,000. And then lastly, the mayor's heard me say this, Edmond's urbane, and we like art here. We like community involvement, community spirit. Mitchell Hall is a beautiful, historic theater right on the edge of our campus. Monica and I love going to the theater. We love going to orchestra concerts. We love going to our performing arts right there in Mitchell Hall. And it's yet to be sold out. And it is small and intimate and beautiful. Just got renovated last year with some new seats. I would love your advice on how we can do a better job of getting Edmond citizens to Mitchell Hall. Not just to our football game, basketball game, volleyball games, things like that, but just getting citizens to Mitchell to support these students who are top-notch. We have students that are on Broadway. We have students that are in Hollywood. You don't have to go to the Methodist school off 23rd Street in Oklahoma City anymore to do theater. You can do it right here in Edmond, Oklahoma. Is that some of the stuff that I've talked about before?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. And it's not critical. I'm not like, hey, you all. It's just, but we're all in this together, and I'm seeking advice on how do we drive that. And I said this to a very small group last week, and one very nice lady they were all Edmondites. One very nice lady said, well, if somebody could email us when the shows are, and I smiled and I said, I don't think that the residents of Stillwater are waiting for an email from the Ross and Billy McKnight Center to let them know when, Christmas Pops is going to be playing. Maybe, but I think they reach out and get on the website and see what's playing and what game it is, what time kickoff is, the tip, things like that.
President Lane, this is
Yes,
a
sir.
planning session, and an annual planning session. Thank you for coming. So why don't you just plan on being here next year and give us an update on all progress we've made?
Thank you. Thank you, BK Moore. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. God bless y'all. Thanks.
Thank you, President Lamb. Appreciate your time this morning. So we will move forward. We've got another guest here with us today that we're very fortunate to have. So I want to welcome Trent January up from ODOT. We work closely with ODOT on tons of things, and if you haven't noticed, we got a couple of major roads in our community, and without them, those major roads don't exist, and so there's some exciting stuff going on. So I'll turn it over to Trent to give you an update and answer any questions that you all may have on that.
All right, thank you. As you said, I'm Trenton January. I'm the District 4 engineer for the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. District 4 is 9 counties that start here in Oklahoma, Canadian County, go north all the way to Kansas along I-35, and the counties on either side of I-35 is what make up District 4. And so we're responsible for the interstates, U.S. and state highways, the maintenance, and all the construction in that area. So we cover a pretty large area, but that includes the city of Edmond in District 4. My wife and I, we live in Edmond. Our kids go to school here in Edmond, so we're also Edmond residents as well. So this has been very interesting to me to see what you guys are doing in the community and stuff like that. And it's really interesting to me. I've been asked to talk about the projects that we have going on in Edmond. Specifically, the one that I'm going to start with is the I-35 one-way frontage road conversion project that is currently going on right now. This project is like I said, is a partnership between ODOT and the city of Edmond. We bid the project a few months ago, and the contractor was really eager to get out there and get going and starting on this project. The project goals were to improve the safety and reduce the congestion between Memorial Road and 2nd Street. So we're trying to mitigate those backups that you get from those, what we call button hook ramps, and reduce the congestion on I-35 and improve the frontage road operations there. So today what we have out there are 2-way frontage roads with what we call button hook ramps. Those are not the safest type of ramp that we can have out there. And what we're looking to do with this project is to go with a more traditional type of diamond slip ramp that you see with all of our new interchanges. Specifically, I'm going to use I-35 and Covell. That's the type of ramps that we're going to be looking at trying to get to with this project. This project started with public and stakeholder meetings back in 2017, and then a study report was approved by the city in 2019, or adopted the findings in 2020. So we knew we couldn't do this project without the support from the city and the engagement from the city. They helped us engage the business owners that are along that corridor, the hospitals, the churches, anybody that was along that corridor that was going to be affected. The city worked with us and a partnership, and we reached out to them and came up with a plan that everybody was on board with for this project. As I said, what we're trying to do with this project is we're going to convert the frontage roads to one-way, rebuild the ramps to merge onto the frontage roads, and then we're also building additional lanes on the outside of I-35 between the ramps. So as I was saying today, there's not that pictures on here, but what we're doing is we're building these slip ramps where you just you just go right onto the frontage road, instead of having to come up there, stop, try to crank your neck two different ways, trying to make sure traffic's not coming there. So much more efficient, much safer, where we're not having backups up on I-35 as well. And then the last thing that we kind of point out there is the additional lanes on the outside of 35 between the ramps. That allows you to get out of the through lanes of I-35 and be in that exit lane, or to be able to get off, or have that ability to get up to speed before you merge onto I-35 as you're getting onto the interstate. So what we're doing currently right now, what you see the contractor out there doing, is we're building these turnaround bridges at 33rd, 15th, and 2nd Street. And this is to help facilitate that one-way traffic. And so when you exit, so if you're wanting to get to something that is on the south side or the north side of 15th, instead of having to go through the lights as you do today, you got to go through one light here, another light there to get around. You have a free-flowing turnaround that you go through, and you just go on the frontage road. So that's a safety. It's also safer, so you're not going through those intersections. But it's also a time, you're saving some time by not having to stop. If you catch a red light at this light and a red light at that light, it's a lot quicker for you to make that turn to get to where you're going on the opposite side. And so that's currently what we're doing. You're going to see 2 bridges at 15th. You're going to see 2 bridges at 33rd. And there's going to be 1 bridge at 2nd Street because the frontage roads do not continue to the north of 2nd Street. So that's why you'll only see the one turnaround bridge at 2nd Street. Again, a lot of this I talked about already. I kind of jumped ahead of my slides. We let the project in August of 2024. It came in around 18 million. We anticipate that this project to be completed in 2025. The construction traffic, our plan is to keep 3 lanes in each direction along the I-35 open. There were supposed to be, I'm going to say, short-term detour ramps and frontage road closures when we're hanging the beams. So when we're hanging those beams over I-35, we're going to have to push traffic to the ramps, and then to be able to get around so we can hang those beams. We'll do all of that work at night. So we'll try not to be impacting we'll minimize the impact we have on the businesses along that corridor by doing that work at night. And then when we go to pour the bridge decks, we're going to have to narrow the lanes along 2nd, 15th, and 33rd, but those will be short-term closures. Let me go back real quick. On Project 1, I was going to give a current update. They are, based on the last estimate that was ran at the end of October, they're already 20% complete with the project. This was a 280-day project, and they've got 20% of this project complete. You're going to see them continue working on the bridge abutments on each at 2nd, 33rd, and 15th, and then after Thanksgiving, we're looking at doing a traffic shift, so where they can get in the medians and do the work that they need to in the medians. So we'll be shifting everybody to the outside, still keeping 3 lanes of traffic along I-35, but shifting traffic on I-35 so they can get in the median and start that work, the substructure work that they need to do in the median. And that's why we did, one of the first things that you saw us do was go in there and repave the shoulders along I-35, and that's because we were shifting traffic to those shoulders. We wanted to make sure that they were in good shape when we moved traffic over there, that we weren't going to have to go in there and do maintenance while we had traffic running on the shoulders. So that's when you saw us go in there and make those, do some paving along I-35. That was the intent behind that. So we ended up having to break this project into 2 different projects. The second part of this project is going to be converting the frontage roads to one-way, building new ramps in the auxiliary lanes along I-35. We're planning to put this project out to bid in the fall of 2026, and the construction beginning in the spring of 2027. The second project is going to cost our cost estimate currently is about $60 million to make this conversion. Again, we're going to keep as many lanes as we can. We're going to keep 3 lanes open in each direction along I-35. There's going to be a lot of pavement reconstruction at the intersections near the ramps, and we're going to keep at least 1 lane open along the frontage roads at all times. One thing that we're going to have to do to help with the construction of this project and those ramps as they tie into the frontage roads is right from the beginning of this project, we're going to have to convert everything to one way. And that's going to get people trained before we open it up as well. But to be able to construct this project and construct it safely, we're going to have to convert everything to one way so they can get in there and construct everything in those intersections, because having two-way traffic, there's not a very good way to be able to get everything constructed in that intersection where the ramps are tying in. So we'll be working with probably Steve and his group and whoever, to get that word out so people will understand what they are expecting when they are pulling up or when they're trying to get off onto these frontage roads. So that's the end of that project. I will pause and see if there are any questions about that project specifically before I talk about anything, a couple other projects in the Edmond area.
So what's the time estimate on project 2?
So project 2, this project, so what do we do?
Fall 2026.
Yes, yep. Sorry, I did. So we'll begin, we'll bid it in fall of 2026. Construction will more than likely start in the spring of 2027, and it'll probably be a 1.5-year project to get those completed. We did not anticipate the contractor who got the contractor, whoever it was going to be, this current project. I didn't expect them to start so early. I thought they may wait till after the winter, start in the spring. And so they're going to finish a lot earlier before we can let our next project. So we're going to be answering some questions about, well, when's the next phase coming? Why didn't you do it all at once? Those types of things. And for us, when we have what we call an 8-year construction work program, where we lay out all of our projects based on the funding that we're receiving. And over the past few years, you guys have talked about inflation already. In the construction side of things, we've seen a 60% increase in the cost of materials and things. And so that really affected how we balanced and budgeted our projects in our program. And that's why this one slid back a little bit. I had it closer to where they would, mesh and be done a lot quicker. But just due to some funding and trying to rebalance that program, we had to slide this one back a little bit. It ended up working out really well. But that's that project. Are there any other questions? Okay. I was asked to touch on a couple other projects in Edmond. One of the projects that we have been working on with the city of Edmond is the I-35 and Danforth interchange. We are looking at making that a full interchange. It's currently just a half of an interchange. So as part of that project, we are straightening out Danforth. It's along the section line. We'll straighten out the bridge. We'll make it wide enough for 6 lanes underneath. We have a designer on board that is getting ready to start design on that. That project is scheduled for 2031, when we'll be redoing that interchange as well. And then as part of that project as well is widening I-35 from 2nd Street to Waterloo to 6 lanes. That is also part of, they'll probably more than likely be 2 separate projects, because we have to get the Danforth Bridge replaced to be able to push 6 lanes through to Waterloo. So that'll be another project that probably comes after 2031. We don't have it in our 8-year construction work program yet, but it is something that we will get in there. So I'll pause on if anybody has any questions on the I-35 and Danforth project. No? Okay. And then the second project is I-35 and Waterloo. That project is currently set to let in 2026. We're in the process of buying right-of-way, relocating utilities. but we are pushing forward to 2026. Again, that's federal fiscal year 2026, so we'll try to let that project in November of 2025 is when we'll try to put that project out to bid. That project is what is called a diverging diamond interchange. We have a couple of them around the state, and it's to help with a lot of the left turn movements that are there at that interchange, help them get through that interchange a lot easier and safer than what's out there today. We have there's one in Tulsa at Memorial, and there's one at I-40 in Elk City. So we do have a couple of these across the state, but it is a most needed project, and we hope to continue to stay on that path of getting it let in 2026. Does anybody have any questions on that? Okay. We're also looking at another project that we have, of continuing those 6 lanes from Waterloo to Guthrie. You know, we have, we're looking at those concepts, or we're trying to get an engineering company on board to look at some concepts of what a lot of the bridges over would look like, what it would take to build towards the median. Do we need to build towards the outside? So trying to continue that 6-lane growth towards Guthrie, but the main focus is going to be from 2nd Street to Waterloo first. And finally, we've been working with the city on different concepts along Broadway or US 77 and 2nd Street State Highway 66. Looking at different concepts that incorporate trails, bike lanes, multi-use paths along those corridors. And we recently had a meeting, I think it was last week, where we had some of those concepts. So we've been working with you guys as that area is very, functions as a city street, even though it is a state highway, but looking at what opportunities are there to incorporate some of those other aspects of people riding bikes or being able to walk down that path to get to those different businesses along those corridors. So, but with that, I'll take any questions on any of those projects.
I have a question going back to north of 2nd going towards Guthrie. We have minimal to no exit ramps. Where has to be a trigger point for to have that discussion or further discussion about Edmond is going to the north, and when we look at traffic, we don't have exit ramps up there. So what has to happen for that conversation to go further?
So from our perspective, the interstate is made to get traffic through to where they're going, correct? The trucking, truck traffic trying to get goods and services across the state. So we really look at that as our getting things through. And when you start adding in interchanges, that really changes how that interstate functions, right? But for me, for one, and Steve and I have kind of talked about this, one thing that I would like to see is let's get that Danforth interchange completed. Let's get that Waterloo interchange completed, because I don't know how traffic's going to disperse once we have those full interchanges and they're functioning well. I don't know what traffic's going to look like. Are we going to have the same issues that when I take Covell, there's a lot of traffic trying to get on I-35 at Covell? Does some of that disperse to Danforth? Does some of that disperse to Waterloo? So I think those are some of the things that I would like to see done first, trying to keep that integrity of the interstate and what its purpose is. But I think we're already having those conversations as there are developments along I-35 of what does it take. And I think it's just staying in constant communication with what's going on in Edmond and what we have going on with the department. So I don't know that there's nothing necessarily that would trigger that conversation. I think I stay in pretty good contact with Steve and his team, but just continuing that communication as we look at that. And the other thing that we're gonna wanna, we're really gonna wanna see is if, that there's an interchange built, can those secondary roads handle that traffic that's gonna be coming off of the interstate? Are they up to the standard to be able to handle a new interchange point? So there's a lot of different puzzle pieces in my mind that have to come together before we go, let's jump and put in a new interchange. But again, having that constant communication with Steve, with the city manager of what's going on with Edmond, I think is really how we keep that conversation going.
Thank you.
Mr. January, do me a
Yes, sir.
favor, please.
Yes, sir.
When you go back to work today, thank every member of the Transportation Commission and Secretary of Gas for the work they're doing out there. I know I'm speaking for the mayor and the council. We're very appreciative. Thank you.
Yes, sir. No, we thank you. And again, we appreciate the city of Edmond and y'all's help with the projects that when we come into town with these different projects, you guys are always more than helpful with these projects, and we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're going to move on to our next item. I'll bring Chris Knifing up to talk about water and wastewater while he drinks water.
Tap water. Yeah. All right, good morning. Chris Knifing, Director of Water Resources. I'm the most interesting presentation up here today. Only because I like this stuff. I love it. So, it's mainly going to be a water update. We can get into wastewater because I love wastewater too. But water is the primary focus for us moving forward, and definitely the largest expense for the city as a whole. So, just wanted to give some context for what we're talking about and why we're doing all these water projects. And it's a little different take. I usually just get into naming projects, and I just want to talk about numbers today. So just going over our current water system capacity, 23 million gallons a day. Half that's from wells, half of it is from the water plant. And this is all rough numbers. In the middle of winter, when we're not doing any outdoor watering, 8 million gallons a day. And that's kind of all over the place, but we're just going to use 8 as the number. And then capacity without Oklahoma City water is 23 million gallons a day. Currently, we reserve 1 million gallons of capacity from Oklahoma City at a cost of about $1.2 million a year now. It used to be $1 million, now it's 1.2, and it's going to keep going up. And that's not for using the water, it's for reserving the 1 million gallons that we possibly could use.
When do we anticipate that going live?
That's a great question. We're working towards that, and I think in one of my slides, we've been trying to get wells permitted through the Water Resources Board for 2 years now, and we have not made any, well, we've made progress, just not the kind that gets you new water production. So what we anticipated in 2019 was drilling 20 plus wells. We've got 9 and have got stuck in permitting. So we're working on it. I don't know that we're still going to have that conversation. And I know I've promised the conversation. It just sometimes we get hung up in permitting, and we're working with our partners, whether it's through legislative or others, to try and get this unstuck and moving forward. So
at 20, then they can open?
the math doesn't quite work out that well because we're not getting the production, and the cost of these new wells is, well, when we bid them 3 years ago, it was more than double what we thought it would be because of inflation. So, yeah, nothing straightforward in the answers I'm going to give you today, other than this is our path, and this is when we can truly cut off Oklahoma City water. So. Okay, so in the current water system expansion that's ongoing, we're working on getting 30 million gallons a day of capacity from our water plant versus the 12 that it's rated for today. So I'm going to use a lot of different numbers, but we're going to stick with 40 because it's easy to remember 40 million gallons a day. The water plant is scheduled to be online in 2029, give or take a year, probably in that timeline. And then maintaining the 10 plus million gallons a day of well capacity is important for us to maintain a drought-proof water supply. We've done a great job of managing the aquifer, not over pumping it. So we don't want to be reliant on that. We can get, occasional rainstorms even in November that will fill the lake up and put too much in it. So the sustainable water supply is really the surface water, and then wells being the drought-proof supply, and then also using it for blending purposes. So the why. And I don't know that we talk about this enough, but growth is a component. And then I'll get into resiliency and tell you a little bit about why our current plant just will not make it moving forward and really doesn't do it for us now. So water plant expansion and additional wells for the continued reliable water supply. Everybody's got water every day of the year, whether it's the middle of summer and everybody's got their sprinklers on, or we're in the middle of an ice storm and cities around us are all under boil water orders and don't have water because their tower froze up, or whatever it is. The city of Edmond has made a huge investment in infrastructure, and it works. I'm partial on this and very biased, but there's nothing more important than water. We can work with a lot of things, or we can do without a lot of things, but water is not one of them. The resiliency, so the additional storage in the system, and I'll do some key takeaways here in a little bit, but additional water storage so that we can manage if a pump breaks down or whatever that is. There's not a single component in the system other than the one I'll identify here in a little bit that can completely just wipe us out. So distribution system improvements, we've seen water lines going in on Danforth to get water across the city easier. And then additional wells and this reduced dependency on Oklahoma City water. We've been headed down this path. It's just been a slow path for us. And then, again, once the water master plan projects are complete, this 2029 project is the true, we can cut off Oklahoma City water and look at any additional partnerships later. And then the regulatory end of this is we've got, there's always a new regulation coming out and a new thing that we learn how to measure, or somebody gets this idea one morning and decides to measure it in the water, and then instantly it's causing all of our issues. And not going to debate water science. It's very sound, but it's something that we have to deal with, whether it's arsenic in the groundwater. We didn't make the ground, we just pull water out of it. Arsenic, selenium, chromium. City of Norman is looking at a large water plant expansion to $300 million to get a little more water because they're having issues with their well water. So it's just on and on with all these things that are compounding, but giving us flexibility so we don't lose too much of any one thing. And then distribution system improvements. So just looking at our system overall, and I know I'm boring you with all this regulatory talk, but it's fun. So master plan summary, just wanted to throw the dollars up here, and these are scary numbers. But the projects that we've done have made a huge, huge difference. Just want to give you the current active, and this is just on the water projects. $528 million in ongoing active projects or completed projects since 2013. So 8 of those are completed for $97 million. Five of them are ongoing for $395 million. And then 3 other projects are funded and nearly ready to bid at $36 million. The final phase of the water treatment plant, we will have more capacity at that point with this project. We're currently expected to bid in late 25, probably start construction early 26. But $250 to $300 million. So wanted to highlight in bold at the bottom on this page, no new water plant capacity will be online until this final phase of the plant is built. And I'm just reiterating that, all this expansion and projects has been phased in over, we've had this conversation, I feel like a worn out record, but that's when we actually get the capacity. We originally bid it back in 2019, didn't work out. We chose a new path. That's what we're on. We're sticking with that path. But 2029 is when we get that capacity. Just highlight where the projects are at, because I can't say that just any one part of the city is affected, because we've affected the whole entire system and made it better for everybody. Whether it's more stable pressure at downtown at the UCO area. We used to get calls from the physical plant that, hey, our fire alarms are going off because the pressure drops off in the morning. Heard that, 2011, 2012, 33rd and Kelly, same thing with the warehouse down there. Constant pressure drops, and we're not seeing near the complaints of pressure. Now, some people would like more pressure, but we're not going to change that. So, but just the impact is all over the city, and it's not just aimed at one certain part. So, just highlighting. So the current plant is up in the top right corner, where it says number 1, so it's small footprint for the 12 million gallons a day. And then everything on the bottom 2/3 of this picture is the ongoing plant, and then out of the picture, just to the south, is where the next phase of the water plant and final pieces that actually will treat the water. So let's talk about rates. That's not the most fun conversation to have, but I want to give you some examples of what we're doing versus what we're starting. We've talked about for a long time. I know the mayor and I have, about other cities and what are they doing, because we get compared, and the delay is always going to be more expensive. So we've got some good examples. I don't know. I'm glad we're not that example, but we've been ahead of everybody, and it's starting to show. So just looking out in the future, 2 to 3% annual increases. That is the planned projection for us long term. So we've got large reserve funds. I know we talked about the savings account, the reserves. What good are we getting out of that? Well, the good of it is we're collecting interest right now, because good, bad, or indifferent, the interest rates have helped us because we're sitting on quite a bit of cash, and it's allowed us to phase in these rate increases over a long period and also collect the interest and take that funding in, so it decreases the need for the rate increase. So it's talked in a circle for you. But maintaining 2 to 3% increases is the goal. So total and actual estimated cost of these projects, $828 million on the water side alone. If we factor in wastewater with this, we're just over $1 billion. And this isn't 2-3 years ago. We've been working on this since 2013, and these projects won't be complete until 20 2030, some of them out longer. And then, this isn't accounting for all the just maintenance projects that we're doing. So it's a huge program. But one thing that we weren't getting initially that we're seeing now is actual grant funding, which has been really refreshing. So any money coming back to the community is great. We've actually got some. We received $13 million in state ARPA funds. We actually got that funding. The $12.25 million in federal STAG grant, we are still working on that. Juliana's doing great. She's very patient in dealing with the agencies that we have to deal with, but we'll get it eventually. It's earmarked for us. Another way that we talk about stabilizing our rates for our customers and benefiting our customers is wholesale agreements, whether it's water or wastewater. And then we've got a couple in place with Arcadia, Oklahoma City, and we actually sell a little bit of water to Oklahoma City. So, any of these other opportunities, we've seen a lot more economic development talk because we do have water supply available in the future. So it's becoming a real hot button issue around the state, and those who have the water can help their own economy and the economy of their city. So. And then I guess last point on this slide is we've utilized low interest loans or subsidized interest on these projects to the extent that we can. So we've taken advantage of a lot of good funding programs to spread the cost out over 30 plus years, but then also take advantage of the reduced interest rates when it makes sense for the projects and isn't actually driving the project cost up more than we're saving. Two things we'll talk about here. So I wanted to put some wins. What good have we seen out of these projects already? Because I think it's important to highlight what do we get out of this. So water towers, transmission line improvements that we've been working on. So it's actually happened twice this year, unfortunately, and I guess I scared everybody at Leadership Edmond, and I wasn't going to say all this here, but I am. Unfortunately, most of our customers don't know how close they are to running out of water at any given time because of one pipeline that's very corroded, and it was built back in the early 80s. The city manager hears this, and council hears this, and we ended up having to put out a notice on one of these, but we're getting within 4 to 6 hours of, you may not have water, and we may have boil water order, and so hopefully I don't cause anybody anxiety, but it's a real issue, and because we don't have enough infrastructure in place to be resilient enough, it could be a problem, but we're already working towards the solution. So it's there, and we've overcome it twice this year already. Now, we wish it would stop happening. It's not something that we need to say, hey, we're doing great and all these improvements are helping us, but they have helped us, and we should talk about it. So this is what we got out of it, was nobody in the city knew because their water was still on. But the crews out there working all night and all day to get this back up and running, they did a fantastic job, and they stuck with it, whether it's the water plant operators, the crews out there down in the hole, at 2 o'clock in the morning, trying to get the rust scraped off the pipe so they could fit it back in. I mean, all these things are happening and nobody has to know about it, but we need to talk about it. So.
This is a perfect time. I wanted to say this earlier. This came out perfect. Huge kudos out to your department. Because yes, we did know what was happening, but nobody else did. None of the residents did. I didn't even lose pressure. Your crews, the entire city of Edmond came together and got those lines fixed and up and running, 2 major lines. And again, kudos out to the residents of Edmond and the city of Edmond Council way back when to have the forethought to invest in their city, to invest in this water system. Because if that hadn't happened, those lines would not have been able to be fixed because we would have been able to hold pressure elsewhere. And the sustainability and the fact that you have incremental utility rate raises, that couldn't happen if you guys didn't have forethought to invest the money and have that there for you and to put this infrastructure into place. So kudos to everybody, including residents of Edmond, to want to invest in their community and invest in their water and wastewater system, which is, like you said, huge. It is a huge part of our community, which sustains our community and helps us grow and helps that infrastructure to be replaced, because we have, for instance, where 2 older lines, major lines, busted. So all of this investment will go into place that hopefully that sort of thing won't happen in the future. And if it does, we have the amazing staff and the city to get together with that, and also what the infrastructure that's already been put into place to sustain us while those are fixed. But huge kudos to y'all for doing that. Nobody else knew about it. And like you said, we were ordered. And nobody else knew about it. And y'all jumped in, worked around the clock, and got it fixed. So, big kudos.
Yeah, thank you. They do a great job day in and day out, and we like to be hidden. We don't necessarily, our favorite thing isn't being out in front of everybody. But it is important to talk about because, it's needed, and council is taking criticism over the years, and this is we're a decade in. I've been at the city almost 20 years now, and it's these incremental improvements over time. So we didn't start this yesterday, and it doesn't finish tomorrow, and it's an ongoing thing. But the significant improvements that we've made just in the last 10 years, I mean, it's huge. And so the council support and citizen support, it's really been awesome. So, thank you. Okay, so second example, so this is Glenn and I working together. So yes, departments work together here at the City of Edmond, and it's a great thing. Because I'll tell you that I've been in other cities and worked on the private side of industry, and it's every person for themselves, and that, so what we have here is just rare. But during the February 2021 storm, everybody's seen these brownouts coming along, having to shut off substations. I'm getting into Glenn's world a little bit, but I'm assuming he just goes out there and hits a switch and they're off. But we did not have to, because we've reduced our load on the system enough that we could say, hey, we have done our part to reduce it when it was our time, just by switching over our facilities to generator power. I'll tell you that was not cheap. We spent $20,000+ in diesel fuel those few days that we switched over, and our guys were running around with pickup trucks with diesel, just constantly shuttling diesel to these. But the citizens of Edmond that are on Edmond Electric did not have to experience the power outage that some others did, just neighbors in Oklahoma City, because we had a conversation and figured out how much load we could reduce to avoid anybody in Edmond having to have a planned power outage. So, and that's only going to get better, because we've got that ability with our facilities to be fully generator backup. So back to the challenges. I'm going to hit you with some highs and some lows here. Cost of projects, we know the costs have went up. It's a common theme with all of these. It's ongoing but manageable. And wanted to throw in a couple of examples of others increasing rates due to deferred capital, and that's, I don't want to do the project right now because it's too expensive, and it doubled in cost just by waiting a few years. So the city of Stillwater, they're doing annually 17% water rate increases, and I think it's 15% on their wastewater side. 15 and 17% annually for at least 6 years. And this isn't to talk bad about another community, it's just facts of when projects are delayed, it's really difficult conversations, and that's not an enviable position, and we've been in that one for quite a while of trying to phase this in so that it's never the 20+% increase at any one time, and so we've been good at that. So their rates are currently similar. I was going to do a full comparison, but I didn't want to take Kathy's role of putting a bunch of charts. Similar, they're going to be 60% higher just by looking at our current rate plan. So they'll be 60% higher than Edmond rates in just a few years. In Oklahoma City, their capital improvement program is still at $1.5 billion. It's been at $1.5 billion for 5 years, and it's still at $1.5 billion, but there's still another $1.5 billion in water projects that can't be funded because they don't have the rates in place to make this happen. So they're looking at potential 2 times a year rate increases at smaller rates, so that it's never a 10% increase. It's only 5%, but that's twice a year. I mean, we can all do math, but it's one way to sell it, I guess. Skilled staff and retaining them, it becomes more difficult. This isn't unique to our department. It's a fact. And so one of our challenges moving forward is just trying to, whether it's engineers, operators, doesn't matter. It's getting harder and harder to retain people, and private industry has all the flexibility on this one to make that work, to get people in the door, and that makes it difficult for us. Lead and copper rule, it's another one. We've got 10 years currently to replace lines, lead service lines. We've been doing a corrosion protection program since around 2000. It works. We test the water every year. We're in compliance. We're not headed down a Flint, Michigan path, but we're going to have to address these, and we're currently in the planning process. We'll stay in compliance. We'll get all these things taken care of, but it is a large dollar figure. PFAS, I don't know if everybody knows what PFAS is, but it's the forever chemicals. It's been some movies, all those kind of things. It's costing us money on the wastewater side already. It's not banned, but once we tested for it, we started taking it to the landfill to deal with this, but the regs are coming out and they're being developed currently. And then groundwater rules. So like I said earlier, whatever the ground, when we're pulling water out of the groundwater formation, the Garber Wellington, we can't control what was formed millions of years ago. We're not that good. They keep ratcheting the standards down, and that at any time it could cause us to lose half of our well production. So we've been good at working through the rules and making these changes over time, but it's a real thing that we constantly have to monitor. And then the fun part of it, water conservation. So just talking about some of our efforts, we've had this year-round strategy, odd even. Oklahoma City requires it, and so we can develop our own plan once we're off Oklahoma City water and make it based on what council and citizens want to do. But water conservation absolutely has to be part of the discussion forever and ever, because we need it to be a sustainable water supply and not just emptying out the lake. That would be hugely unpopular. And then emptying the groundwater formation, equally not as good. So we do tours. People can sign up on our website. We do everything from grade school, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, high school, engineering firms, our Waterworks Association, young professionals, all these things. So, but all this information can be found on our website. I'm going to leave it there and just ask if there's any questions and quit talking. You got me to talk way too much.
There's always been a lot of conversation about Katy Lake levels and where our sources of water. We want to highlight about one of our biggest sources of water and trash, that where it comes from.
No, yes, I would love to. So the Deep Fork River, and we get lots of comments on the trash coming into the lake. Certainly there's some coming from Edmond. The Deep Fork's obviously the largest contribution. It's also the largest contribution of water to the lake and why the flood control was built. But the trash coming in from Oklahoma City, and we'll just say Oklahoma City, and just, I don't know why they're doing that to us, but I know lots of options are being looked at. It doesn't affect the water treatment plant because all these things are floating debris, and we've had this conversation for years about why doesn't the water plant care? We care that the lake is getting polluted with trash. Our plant is built for urban runoff, and we're a very robust plant because it was always planned for the urban runoff. So the plant's not affected, but it's not a pretty thing out there. That's long-term still looking.
Any other questions, Councilman?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that means too much.
All right, so I think we've reached a point here, we're kind of getting close up to where we were thinking around lunchtime. I know we're due for a break anyway, so if you all are good with that, we'll go ahead, we're going to take a break. Katie, I think they need just a couple of minutes to get lunch set up. It's set up out there, it'll be set up out in the hallway, so, oh, it's already good to go. So what we'll ask, and we have enough lunch for everyone, so if you're here and you're hungry, please eat. You'll just head out these doors here, walk around this way, and then we'll open up maybe these doors here, you can come back in. So we'll take a break. You guys can go out, get lunch, get drinks, and then I'll just kind of read the room and see how it's progressing naturally, and we'll jump back in as soon as, and then we'll dive into where we're at on current strategic goals and where we're going. Okay? All right, I think we're ready to get back on track. Corey, did we hit our target? Are we close enough? Yes. Thank you for that look. I appreciate that. All right, so we're going to jump into the next item, and this is where we go through all this last year's goals. I know that we put the presentation together. We sent that out Friday, so hopefully you've had a chance to review that. I'm going to try to work through that quickly, but on all these, I want to give you an opportunity if there's something that you want to say or ask. That we do that. We've got all the subject matter experts here in the room that can speak to these items as well. So we're going to jump in because we have a long list of goals here. So we're going to jump in and start talking about those if you all are ready to go. So, and away we go. Where am I pointing? There we go. All right, so overview again. This was drafted by you all a year ago. Continuation of the process, First Institute about 20 years. There's all the goals, 46 of them, and you all prioritize those. There are status categories throughout here, either complete, in progress, ongoing, or on hold. And so all these fall under these different strategic initiatives. So the first one we're going to talk about is quality of life. And these are the subcategories that each goal falls under as well. So first one, provide walk-in face-to-face customer service at North Timbers for utility questions and payments. That's complete. It is underway, being used. Any questions or comments that you all want to make on that item?
Thank you.
Thank you to all the people that did the work on that, yeah. So I know Kathy, you guys are getting lots of people coming in the door over there, so it is working very well. And I know downtown, we're starting to hopefully see fewer people show up looking for that face-to-face service, and we're able to direct them out there. Next up, support the completion of the city center complex within budget. So you guys see this pretty regularly if you're downtown. All three structures are substantially progressing. Building exteriors are taking shape quite a bit. And interior work is beginning in Main Street in front of the building, not the part that we've already done, but is currently under construction. Any questions, anything related to city center complex that we need to touch on? That one obviously we'll probably keep on the list because it is definitely in progress and will not be done tomorrow. Next up, support the development and implementation of the Smart Choice Customer Portal. That's complete, it's live. Staffs continue to do outreach and education, and we currently have just over 21,000 enrollments on our Smart Choice portal. Questions, comments? Okay. Next, support development of the revised water treatment plant expansion plan. Chris talked about that plenty, so I don't think I need to talk about what's going on out there. So current phase is underway, and phase 3 is the design is scheduled to be complete next year. Any additional thoughts on water? Chris, you did a great job. No questions from him. Way to go. Continue to support the construction of upgrades to AC Kaplinger ball fields. This one has a little highlighted thing. There was a typographical error when we sent that out originally, so that completion timeline is fall of 2025. But groundbreaking took place in September. Site clearing is underway, and second and final bid package is anticipated to be awarded soon. So, any questions, comments on AC Kaplinger? Okay. Next, pursue appropriate repairs and a replacement of facilities at Pelican Bay. Again, we made lots of temporary repairs, leak repairs to allow the facility to open. We had a record year of 75,000 attendees. So it is still very much in demand, very much being used. Schematic designs are complete and bidding will take place early next year. Construction commencing immediately after the swim season. Hopefully maybe another record year next year, we'll see. So, any questions or comments on Pelican Bay? Okay. Next, support the construction of a second library and YMCA facility within budget. Public groundbreaking took place August 8th, construction's ongoing, and all the bid packages have been approved by you all to this point, with the exception of playground equipment. That one is still yet to come. Any questions, comments? Okay. Support construction of the Route 66 trail connector. That one has been on hold for a bit. Essentially, we're waiting on approvals from the Army Corps of Engineers for the low water crossing portion of that trail. I know engineers been working closely with our contractor on that, trying to get that pushed through. And so we're waiting at this point until we get those approvals. Any questions? Comments? I'm sorry. If you'll grab that. I've got the loud thing in my ear.
Okay, so the only thing lacking is the approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, and that all the easements, all of that.
I'll let Steve answer.
Yes, that's correct. It's just the permit from the Corps of Engineers.
Is there an estimate when you will get it?
No, we had it's anywhere from 2 to 7 years is how long the process takes. So we've had 7 years on the water treatment plant, on the intake structure. This one is a smaller issue, so it would normally be handled by now. We've pushed every way we can push, and it'll take as long as it'll take. So maybe we'll see some movement in January of next year. That's generally what it takes as far as environmental regulations. Anytime you have an administration change, we actually see a big difference. So.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions?
That's, yeah, no, it's
Okay. Next, support the design and construction of the Creek Bend Trail. So contractors completed the majority of construction on the two ends, which is phase one. Striping and site work are the main items remaining before the punch list is created. And then phase two, that piece is currently on hold until final land acquisition can take place for the sewer interceptor project. So any questions, comments on Creek Bend? I'm just going to go ahead and hand this over to Mr. Lawrence.
yeah, so how close are we on land acquisition?
We're fairly close on 2 of the 3 parcels, and we have a consultant working on the last one.
What's the consultant floors on?
Matt,
It's a legal consultant that our city attorney's hired.
I got thank. So it's not like consultant, it's not that, or it's so gonna articles on act or in the fiction one in the same way and then acting is very I think you will not all now in this you say thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Identify funding for the implementation of initial phases of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. That's ongoing. Now, $500,000 was identified in CIP funds for some initial work. So currently under contract for design of new restroom. Schematic designs have been completed. So we know there's a long list of improvements that were recommended in the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. So really just getting started on that. Questions, comments? Okay. Support the continued development efforts at the Uncommon Ground Sculpture Park. So all parties came to agreements on funding and operations in May. The park will be constructed within 2 years upon issuance of permits, and staff are reviewing permits related to site plan, plats, other features in the park. Questions on that one?
The mentors.
Are the permits issued yet, or the dock hasn't started yet, or?
It's
Yes.
Building permits have not been issued yet. They haven't even applied for it. The permit that's in place now is for working plot plan. That's the federal precinct.
Very good.
The callback is not.
Sorry, but it's
Any other questions? Okay. Prioritize investment and maintenance of current park properties. Funds have been committed to this effort for the fiscal year 2025 for Hafer Park, Mitch Park, neighborhood parks, and several recreational facilities. So I know that within the park tax, trying to hit as many facilities as possible, spread those dollars around within what can be done in that budget. Questions on that? Okay. Support the improvement and expansion of youth sports facilities to best meet the needs of the community. And as you can see, many of you were out yesterday for this upgrade that happened at Service Blake. So that was recently concluded. The complete rebuild of AC Kaplinger is underway, and then feasibility study and fiscal impact study for future facilities has been completed. Any questions, comments on this item? Okay. Support the development of a new master plan for Mitch Park. Project understanding was presented Parks and Recreation Advisory Board in July. RFQ should be issued in the first quarter of 2025 for the consultant, and funds have been allocated for that project. So that one is moving forward. Questions on that item? Okay. Support the funding and construction of a new comprehensive Edmond Veterans Memorial. The committee will be meeting in December to determine the viability of moving forward with the project due to funding challenges. Questions, comments on that one?
you know, so we have estimate how much funds have been raised, or I know it was one to show on projects, so.
I will invite Jane up to respond to that.
They've raised about $23,000 between the Oklahoma City Community Fund and then standard donations made through city portals. Currently, the sentiment that I get from the committee after the recent election is that they don't see it as viable to raise the $8 million. They don't think it's going to happen. So they're looking for other options. But I'm also seeing a lot of members of that committee start to drop off. I've received a few resignations this week already. So it's kind of where they're at.
That's disappointing.
Anything else on that item?
So,
Yes, well, there's still a need for some type of way of bringing all of our veterans that we have in the community together. And so hopefully the committee doesn't completely disband and can maybe rethink of some way of doing that. Because right now we have so many different memorial areas across town, and it would be nice, even if they're staying across town, that they can collaborate together and enhance each other in the recognition for our veterans in our community.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Support the construction and appropriate staffing of Fire Station number 6. So groundbreaking took place on a very cold, windy day last February, and construction is progressing substantially. You got steel interior walls being erected, and the hiring process for staff is active, with 90 currently in contention for those positions. Questions on that one? That one is moving forward. Okay. Pursue acquisition of land for future Fire Station number 7. That's complete. Land was purchased on Coffee Creek Road between Douglas and Post to include a future fire station, some water facilities, and electric facilities. So that one is complete. Any questions on that? Okay. Support the design and construction of the expansion of the police training facility. Design contract was approved in January, is progressing. And I think you guys just had a recent item for water line extension design amendment at your meeting last night. So any questions on this item? Okay. Support the design and construction of a joint use facility for police and lake staff at Arcadia Lake. So design's in progress, $5 million is identified for construction, and that's phase 1 on the police side. Phase 2, the lake side, is TBD some point in the future as funding is available. Any questions on that item? Okay. All right, that is all of our quality of life. Next is economic development. Complete widening of intersection at Danforth and Kelly. So I think you heard a little bit on that one earlier. So 90% plans, provided comments back. There's some utility work going on out there, and so that's anticipated to be out for bid in early 2025. Any questions there? And we will obviously have our folks doing lots of messaging leading up to that when that project is ready to launch. Implement phase 4 of ITS to include appropriate staffing. ODOT bid the project late summer and awarded that, and it went to the same contractor that did phase 3. And I think one of the things that we've continually learned is continuity in contractors for this project has been very beneficial. So that one is ready to move forward. Continue to support communication between city, county, state, and federal stakeholders for funding multi-year transportation project plan. We continue to have discussions with all stakeholders on current and future projects, plus opportunities for partnerships as appropriate. we had Trenton here today, and we work with the county, working with federal folks, so trying to come up with what that looks like as a comprehensive plan, something that's probably going to continue to need work moving forward. Continue planning with ODOT for revamping the I-35 corridor to include one-way access roads and turnarounds. You had a whole presentation on that, so I think you're up to speed there. That one's in progress. Increase funding to implement update pavement management plans. So one of the things here, that we've got the pavement management plan development happening. So as that concludes, we'll determine what the true funding needs are, how to best allocate our resources, and continue to look for additional resources. So we're going to have a better understanding and then hopefully best know how to deploy those dollars and see where we'll need more dollars.
When do we expect the and these
So we've received the initial data so far, and so it'll be within the next month or now. They're going through quality assurance checks, things like that. Initial data shows that the average pavement index is lower than it has been previously, and so we'll get more as we get the full data from them.
Any other questions there? Okay. Utilize recommendations from studies to enhance pedestrian safety and provide increased sidewalk linkage. So SS4A grant funds are being used to design and construct improvements recommended Edmond shifts. So we've got sidewalk work that's happening in places and plenty more to come, plenty more items and areas that have been identified for improvements. Any questions on this item? Okay. Support the construction of interim improvements to the Danforth and Sooner intersection. I think we sent out a release yesterday on this. So that work is moving forward, some restriping, some paving. You're going to see lots of work happening out there. And I think that's going to happen in a couple of phases. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, so what's happening right now is with a resurfacing project, we're widening the intersection, adding like a westbound left turn. And also we'll be moving down the road on Danforth to School Street, where there'll also be resurfacing and restriping to make a left turn into School Street for safety. And then we've got a separate project that will come through to actually install signals at the intersection. They're inexpensive and span wire on wooden wall signals, but working within the budgets. That should happen in about 6 months.
Any questions on that one?
I just have a general question on striking. Is there a striking method that increases visibility the right way?
Yeah, I would say we've had comments on striking, particularly on our concrete pavement. And striking on concrete pavement doesn't last as long. So we're going to go through, we've changed our striking standard to have the white and the black stripe on the shadow striping. And on concrete that shows up much better, right? So we're going to be doing some catching up on our striking program. With everything else, cost increases have affected budgets and on striking. So we've got a project we're coming up and catch up on roads.
Any other questions on this item? Okay. Reconfigure Boulevard between 2nd and Main Street and support corresponding utility relocation and improvements. So project design's nearly complete there. We do have a request in through Congresswoman Bice's office for funding for this. So we're going to wait and see kind of how that works out, if any of that comes through in this year's budget. Questions on that? Okay. Completion of Covell Parkway development. So design is in progress at several intersections along Covell Parkway. There's not currently a funding source identified for future widenings at this time. Any questions there?
So on Cobell, for a number of years now, he did where city did like, correct? We haven't received the supplemental funding.
I believe that's correct.
Any other questions there?
Keep going.
Okay. Support efforts of Regional Transit Authority's commuter rail project. Station locations have been selected for Edmond. Discussions are underway for a regional vote, about a regional vote on the system sometime in the future. Questions about RTA?
Just for situational awareness of the train show a couple weeks ago, and there was a bill there from Texas because they are trying to increase the amount of mail coming out of Texas, and they showed two areas. One is connecting to this rail that the RTA will be associated with, but also another line going up to Tulsa. And so from this Texas is continuing to make the push, just like Oklahoma, to increase the rail, but they were wanting all the mayors in the surrounding area to send out letters and support that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Determine and implement long-term funding solution for expanded CityLink bus routes. We're participating with Embark and other regional partners in some long-range planning related to bus service across the OKC Metro. So what would that look like as a regional service? Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like we're gonna get a route to go out to the Midge Park and back anytime soon?
Indeed.
We will not be putting a fixed route, but we currently, as of July 1, provide service to those that are eligible to a senior center, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I've had several residents wanting to know when that route was going to happen. Some of them, because of the Cobell and the intersection, they just, it's just too dangerous to cut through that intersection. And hopefully if the bus route will at least get to Midge Park and get their exercise on, go to the Y, go to the MAC, do whatever they need to do.
Currently we moved Route 1 in preparation of the Danforth-Kelly intersection. With the temporary 2-year construction going on there, we went ahead and moved Route 1 down to Edmond Road and around to Santa Fe, so we're not even going down Danforth right now. And so I don't anticipate going up to Danforth, running up to Cobell along Fitzgerald right now.
Well, hopefully, citizen.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Encourage development and growth in downtown TIF district, including creation of an advisory board. Staff's currently conducting outreach and processing applications. Council approved the creation of the oversight committee in March, and that board meets quarterly with the purpose of enhancing transparency regarding TIF assistance and increment funds. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay. Explore options for city-owned properties in downtown after office consolidation. Staff's evaluating options for a phased approach to redevelopment of surplus city-owned properties in downtown or fielding inquiries about properties. Any questions, comments on this?
Mr. Moore, would you expand on what that means, fast exploring option? Where are we at? That's a year old, so where are we?
I'm going to get this to Lena.
Right now, I'm just doing research on what other cities do, and that's an evaluation of how we did case that for.
What city-owned properties and what purchase?
The city-owned properties would be the downtown properties that we currently are on, or maybe for the staging areas in downtown.
So all of the city-owned properties in there.
We're just looking at it, and
Well, then that leads to my second question. I think I I mentioned this to Mr. Rigby about 6 months ago, and I don't know how to move forward on it. It's a thought. We often hear about recruiting and retaining employees, and that is a problem. Mr. Knife mentioned it this morning. So I had talked to Ms. Goodpasture, and I talked to Mr. Rigby about possibly some daycare provided by the city for employees. That might be helpful in retaining. So I'd like to get with Ms. Pierce and Ms. Panis and see look at the feasibility of that, cost, liabilities, responsibilities, and how we can be helpful to employees with some daycare. And City First strikes me as a place that is secure. It's across the street from the police station and the basin. So that might be a logical place, I don't know. But I would like to get with Ms. Pierce and Ms. Panis and look at that, Mr. Rigby, and we can do that before the end of the year, perhaps. Have that chat. Thank you.
Anything else on that item? Any other questions, comments? Okay. Next up, pursue development of indoor sports complex at I-35 in Covell. Staff remains committed to listening to ideas for public-private partnership to bring an indoor sports complex to the community. So don't have anything firm there, but staff is continuing to listen to folks that want to talk about that. Questions?
EEDA, are they having a conversation with anyone?
Let's pass it down to Andy.
Yes, there has been conversations. Myself as well as Mr. Pence and the EEDA met with people that are trying to figure out how to finance an indoor sports complex. As it remains, those things are incredibly difficult, and they only became more of a challenge when construction costs continue to increase. So,
Are we meeting with people that genuinely want to do this?
yes, yes, yeah.
It says in the sports complex 3.0 that leads to nowhere.
No, sir.
No.
Other questions, comments?
It doesn't sound like it's really on hold then. I mean, if conversations are continuing, but.
Yeah, it definitely could be ongoing for sure. I think, Andy, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I think it's maybe just semantics, maybe if you want to call it ongoing or on hold, but I mean, I would just say that, well, I do think there is interested parties in the community, that financing is just a challenge, and there will have to be public dollars, and as we presented earlier, the gap between needs and money, and this one currently has no funding identified anywhere. So if there were to be something moving forward, and more in the immediate, it would require a shift from a project that you all have decided to fund, and then potentially we have to shift that back to say we'd rather do this thing now because of more of an immediate need, be it economic development or all the things that an indoor sports complex would bring that we've talked about for years. So that's where we're at.
So we could certainly change that wording one way or the other, absolutely. If I think when we were looking at updating this, ongoing versus on hold meant maybe more of how proactive we're being in seeking someone out as opposed to people reaching out to us. Is that what it was?
That's correct.
So how proactive are you?
We're not, I would say from a staff perspective, we're not being proactive because there's no dollars identified. So we are listening to ideas from interested parties that believe that they can pull off not only building an indoor sports complex, but also operating an indoor sports complex. So we're not proactively going out and seeking people to do this because there's currently no dollars identified for it.
And is it just 35 in Covell, or is it other spots on 35?
We have looked at some city-owned land that's in that area as well. So currently the parcels that have been looked at where this could go are not owned by the city of Edmond. There is a parcel along I-35 in Covell on the east side of I-35 that is city-owned. That one has challenges as it relates to development costs just because of the slope of the land and ingress and egress out of the site. So currently, when we listen to people in the private sector, the preference would be for it to be on non-city-owned land at this point.
You had those conversations, non-city-owned land?
We have had those conversations.
How's that going?
They're ongoing. They're ongoing. I think just trying to figure out the cost of the land, who's willing to sell the land, and then how does the financing piece work, and what does the city involvement look like? From a staff perspective, I know this has been a goal of this council, previous councils before, and I know it is only a one-star goal. I suspect some of that is just knowing that it's going to require a partnership and perhaps fatigue on a part of the council, that knowing how difficult this is to come up. So we're not actively going out and looking for people, but when someone approaches us to see if they can pull something together, then we're listening. So.
My assumption is it would be difficult to recruit someone to go there if you have $0 to offer to help. When we're talking about city dollars. But you're correct, this has been a goal for a very long time, and I think it's an opportunity waiting to happen for economic development, especially being right off I-35. I think there's great potential there. However, I 100% understand if you don't have the dollars to offer, folks would probably go to communities where they can get those tours.
That's great. I mean, just as a small example, the Young Family Athletic Center that's opened in Long over the last couple of years was a $44 million investment. And the city, partnership between the Young Family, which contributed $4 million, Norman Regional, which I believe contributed anywhere between 6 and 7, and then the city having a dedicated tax to fund this. So these things are challenging from the economic perspective to pull off, and the profit margins are extremely slim. So that's why I think it for also here. In order for one to happen in this community, there will have to be some public dollars contributed to that.
Right. Anything else on this item? Okay. Next up, support growth and expansion of Guthrie Edmond Regional Airport. So both cities are active working with our state and federal officials to secure funding for key capital projects. So earlier this summer, airport was notified they'll receive upwards of $15 million toward construction of a new terminal, taxiway realignment, taxiway development. 2 cities are responsible for a 10% match on those projects. When that happens, it's 2 years once funding is in hand.
So nothing is happening out there right now?
You can pass that over to Scott. I think he can update that.
Yeah, they received notice that they have been awarded a terminal project, a taxiway rehabilitation project, and there's one also that's under consideration by the Fed at this point. The first project will be a terminal project, and then the taxiway will be after that. It'll span multiple fiscal years. Our component will be probably $200,000 to $300,000 over the next, each of the next probably 3 to 4 years as our portion of the projects that were submitted on previous years for consideration by the feds.
Does Guthrie have their portion available to pay? Because I assume it has to be both parties to do anything.
They do.
Okay.
So is it 300 or 200 to 300 every year for 4 years, or total over 4 years?
It'll be probably $200,000 to $300,000 each year for the next 2 to 4 years. And it's partly because of phasing. We're trying to phase it over multiple fiscal years, so it's not hit in a single year. We'll also it's great to get funded, but then you have to go through the environmental assessments, those other processes, so, yeah.
Mr. Moore, if I can go back to the downtown thing, I have one other question.
Yes, sir.
That I forgot.
You bet.
With the consolidation, county clerk, the Oklahoma County Clerk's office and the services they offer, will that continue at New City First or somewhere downtown?
It will not be at the new city hall. They've approached us about other opportunities, whether we own it, city facilities, or other opportunities in downtown. So we're looking at that with the options. What does that cost? They don't really have money to put towards it in their mind. Their suggestion is the city should provide those facilities in order to provide a facility for the greater Edmond area.
I don't disagree with that. I think we should. So are we going to try to facilitate that and keep the court clerk's office up here, or is there?
We're working on that, trying to see what would be available. Some of our buildings, even if they were to go in, need some rehab and would have to have some improvements to do that. Are they willing to pay for that? We have roofs, and as the city first building, that roof is leaking, and do we repair that? Is that a cost share, or is it not functional to redo it because the cost of the roofs would be cost prohibitive? So we're just one of those items.
Anything else on that? Okay. Was there anything else on the airport item? Okay. Here's one that's complete. Expand tourism efforts by setting a date for visitor tax increase election. That happened this summer, and that went into effect October 1. So Jennifer, I think we'll start to see those numbers this next month, right? So we'll see what that difference looks like, but I know that her and her board are very excited about the opportunities to expand tourism and bring more people here to spend their dollars and contribute to our economy. Any questions, comments on that one? Okay. Implement enhanced system for place marking and wayfinding. This one's highlighted. I think it said all signs are being fabricated. Installation should begin in December. We literally learned yesterday, and here's something that was fascinating to me in a call that we had. You're familiar with Hurricane Helene that came through and caused the catastrophic flooding in North Carolina. Well, our contractor actually did all of Asheville, North Carolina's wayfinding signage, and they've basically been begged and pleaded with to please come in, assess those signs. They've got a lot of signs that are dangerous right now that need to be taken down and removed. So obviously everyone in our group said, please go handle that, take care of those folks. So that just pushes things. It actually doesn't push back the completion date, it just pushes back the beginning of the installation. So you can see here, this is one of the, they literally brought a sample down recently, and we all walked up to them and were like, whoa, that's big. That's a big sign. So these are going to be transformational all throughout the community and helping people get from place to place, especially our visitors. Any questions or comments on this one? Okay. Initiative 3, community development. Consider recommendations from the housing assessment study. Continues to be ongoing. So extending staff capacity, leveraging funding opportunities, working with area nonprofits, strategize these next steps. They're incorporating recommendations into the development code update to encourage more housing options where appropriate. Any questions, comments on this item? Okay. Implement flexibility in the code to encourage stormwater management best practices. So the low impact design roadmap was completed in April, presented to the Development Impact Review Committee in June, and that'll be included in the Unified Development Code update that we just mentioned on the last slide. That will revise the language of titles 21 through 23. Questions or comments there? Support staff efforts to educate and enforce best practices for stormwater management to reduce flash flooding. So they actually recently held a community workshop for local builders, consultants, and engineers, showcase construction development standards for the MS4 Stormwater Pollution and Prevention Plan. So our folks in stormwater are actively working on this item moving forward. Any questions, comments? Okay. Continue implementation of solutions to meet needs identified by the Community Mental Health Needs Assessment. And Christy actually gave me way more content, so this is a very condensed version. They're doing a lot of work. So North Care obviously opened up, and we've continued to secure significant federal and state funding for more prevention services with community and a coordinated network of services supporting youth and families. A new subcommittee that's working to create programming. We got new community partnerships. There's a lot of work happening in this area for sure. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay. Implement the Edmond Plan 2018. So again, that's going to be ongoing for some time. So support and improve processes through Development Advisory Forum. Begin implementing their recommendations, complete a diagnostic of current development code, establish framework for making substantial improvements, and we're working to implement recommendations from Edmond Schiff. So this is kind of a long-term process for implementation there. Any questions or comments on this item? Okay. And then our last, I'm sorry, Kristen.
Yeah, I guess, Randy, do you want to give us the updates, or Ted, more than that, I guess, when we can expect to see proposed changes to the code and stuff?
Actually,
Okay.
I'll start. Ken can finish if I'm not complete. So work is ongoing with that code update. We're just now starting to see the bulk of, particularly the zoning code coming back to us. Those comments have been reviewed by staff and we provided feedback. I would anticipate late spring, possibly summer of next year before we start bringing things through to be adopted.
You got it.
Fair. That's correct.
Thanks, Ken. Good work, Ken. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, when we're talking about this, so we did have a project going on earlier called Euro, dealing with the ADUs and all that. That's been put to the back burner, but the developer is still going out doing the same things that were going to be implemented in that design change, in that code change. So are we still looking at trying to formalize it, or are we just going to let the...
So those changes are going to be lumped in with those code changes and be brought to all at once instead of trying to put too much in each zone. That's the work.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Next up, people in partnerships. Pursue additional state and federal funding for project needs. So that Andy had mentioned this earlier. In fiscal year 24, we were awarded just over $21 million, and we're currently waiting on agreements for just under $7 million, and we have almost $70 million in active grants ongoing right now. So we know that funding will always be a challenge, and we've got a lot of people that are working really hard to go out and find dollars when they're available. Christy and her staff and a lot of our department heads stay abreast of all those opportunities when they come along and pursue everything that we possibly can. We work really hard with our elected officials to have those relationships be strong, and they're doing a great job helping us out. They understand the needs in the communities, and so this is an area that will continue to be a high priority for us. Questions or comments there? Okay. Create appropriate partnership to pursue Performing Arts Center in downtown Edmond. President Lamb touched on this earlier. This is an item that's been on the list for some time. When it started, it was very much a partnership with UCO and the city. UCO has not been able to move forward on this due to funding challenges, and as you can hear today, I think they still have an interest, but what that interest looks like may not be the same as it looked several years back. So this one is definitely on hold. I think I've heard from council members as well. I think everyone really likes the idea, but how to pull it off has not been figured out to date.
But since it's also on our strategic plan, it gives us a placeholder to continue to have those conversations to see what's the art of the possible as we continue to bring Edmond, downtown Edmond, and UCO closer together, and work with the West Side study of UCO.
Anything else on that item? Okay, we're coming up to the last little bit here. Support staff efforts to expand community education initiatives on key topics. So held public education outreach events for recycling solar power, reinstated the open house event for the first time since before COVID, participated in developing and supporting campaigns for the lodging tax election, geobond committee, bicycling, urban forestry. So lots of departments doing a lot of work in these areas. We understand the importance of reaching out and trying to communicate with people where they're at as much as possible. Questions or comments? Okay. Appoint Citizens Committee to recommend appropriate projects and funding levels for a general bond obligation bond election. That happened. That group got together and was appointed in June. They met during that time and then moved forward with the election that we just had this month. So, questions or comments there? Okay. And enhance relationships with education partners to mutually improve traffic planning and management near schools. So working with school officials, discuss queuing and other traffic issues related to the future Air Depot and Covell school site. Working with folks near Russell Doherty to ensure that construction does not negatively impact school operations. Then we work with St. Mary's up on Covell to try to minimize backups during their drop-off and pickup. So continue to try to work through those things with our education partners. Questions or comments there? Okay, so that gets us through, blank slide. All right, so that gets us through everything that we had in the list. Obviously, if something was marked as complete, we're going to take that out. That needs to go away. I think what we need to do now is listen to you all, your thoughts on things that need to stay. If they stay, do they stay the same, how they're worded now? Do they go away? If they go away for whatever reason. And if there's other things that are of high priority and importance, do those need to be added in? So, do you guys need a break before we do that? Or, okay, we're going to take a break. Let's see what time it is here. 12:50, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll dive into that.
Thank you.
All right, so I think what we'll do here is we're going to just run back through the list really quick. If it's complete, it's gone. And if it's ongoing or something else, I want to make sure if that's something you want to keep, we'll keep it. And if you want to keep it, is it worded the way that needs to be worded? Or does it need to go away just in general? And then we'll want to make sure to get any additions, anything else that you guys want to make sure that we work in. So we're going to zip through this. First one, that's complete. We'll move on. Support the completion of city center complex within budget. I'm going to guess you guys want to keep that.
Yeah.
Keep it the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep it.
Next up, that's complete. Support development of the revised water treatment plant expansion plan. Keep that one, yes. Any changes to the wording of that? You've used support in the past because things come back to you on agendas that you need to take action on, and that's why that term gets used often, is support when it's an ongoing project.
I like it.
Okay. Continue to support construction of upgrades to AC Kaplinger ball fields. I think you guys still have some action that you'll need to take there, so keep that, yes. Any changes to wording there? Okay. Pursue appropriate repairs and or replacement of facilities at Pelican Bay. Assuming keep that, maybe the wording needs to be updated a little bit.
Yeah.
I think at this point we already know what the plan is, right, Brad? As far as moving forward, they've already approved the
The lakes, I don't think we need that in there, right?
This,
Do you have that, where's that microphone going, Mike?
Here, go on.
The final leak repair happened yesterday. We'll see how it performs this season. In the meantime, the plans are moving along for the renovation. They're in construction document phase. We anticipate bidding January, February, then being under contract and ready to go right after the swim season.
So maybe something to that effect.
So I think maybe to be in line with the rest, if we took out some of this first part and just said, support the replacement of facilities at Pelican Bay? Because that's essentially where we're at this point, right? Replacement? Are you guys all good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Great, praise.
Make a note.
Oh, I was thinking of something else.
Would you have something, Mayor?
No, I'm thinking, all the words haven't come
All
out.
right, if it comes to you, just grab that mic. Cut me off. All right, next up, support the construction of second library and YMCA facility within budget. That all stay the same. There's still council action there at some point, potentially, Indy?
One more small bit.
Okay, so that one needs to stick around.
One more what?
Small bid package for playground. And then if anything else were to come up for some reason, okay.
But it'll be in budget.
In budget, yes. That part will stay in the goal. You got it.
But I have a question now. We talk about budget source. Do we need to talk about contract type? Because what we're doing on Capture and we're not doing Seymour on Pelican Bay. But since we instead of most communities only do one type of contracting or acquisition, and we're doing two now, do we need to highlight that? Because when we say, oh, we have a little bit more, somebody might say, why? Because the way we're doing our contracting or acquisition, we have these bid packages come in. I'm just trying to get more, is there a need for more information, or is this?
Looking at identifying the type of delivery?
So basically the difference between like bid design or design bid and CMAR?
Right.
Are you talking about noting that in this document in the future or making some sort of determination?
That's my question. Do we need to note that in this document? Because we around the table know what we're doing, but the people, if citizens don't know what we're doing. Does that make sense? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
It might be a little word.
I guess I'm wondering, I mean, I do like the CMAR process, and why would we not be doing that on Pelican Bay?
I think some of the value of the CMAR process is kind of during the pre-construction phase of bringing them in. Pelican Bay was kind of a discovery process with the designers to discover what's wrong, and then there's really not as many trades involved with that project. It's mainly a pool contractor that will be doing it, and just didn't make sense value-wise to.
Okay.
So that's the reason for that particular project.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And staff was unsure about that too, so we worked with the architect, and they said we could kind of see it being done either way. Staff did issue requests for qualifications for CMAR services. Didn't mean that the staff thought we should go that way, we just want to see what the interest was. There was 2 groups that were interested, and after meeting with them, it just didn't really seem to be a fit for this process. Processes that are more complex, like building buildings, more lend itself to the CMAR process, whereas the pool's a little more straightforward, smaller budget, and so there just wasn't really the interest in the contracting world for that. So we did go through that discovery process and decided to hard bid the project.
Less subs to a crowd.
Correct, yes, yeah, that crowd is, yes, correct, Ms. Peterson, less subs to crowd.
Anything else on that? Okay. All right. Support the construction of the Route 66 Trail Connector. Anything you want to change there? Obviously, that's on hold, but it still needs to move forward. Is there anything that you want different there? Want to keep it still? Okay. Okay. Support the design and construction of the Creek Bend Trail. Still more work to do there, obviously. So keep that one, yes? Anything you want to change wording-wise?
Well, timeline is going to be fall of 2024.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Completion timeline, phase one is still going to be fall of 2024.
For phase one, is that? Yes. Yeah, so that's the two ends. That phase two is that middle part that we can't move forward with yet.
Correct.
Yes.
But I mean,
No.
we're in the fall of 2024.
That's what I'm saying, we're in fall of 2024 now.
Excellent. I'm used to it.
So that project is substantially complete. We did have some erosion issues that came up that we need to correct, but it's pretty much substantially complete.
Okay. Good.
Oh, wait. If it's substantially complete, do we need to put phase one complete by the time this comes out?
Well, absolutely. So I guess that's the question. Do you want to know maybe just phase two of the Creek Bend Trail in the wording? Because all this background information won't be in this document. So
Right.
that's a good question. So
Because if it's substantially complete, we're just fixing up some, maybe the water stuff. By the time this is printed, it will be complete, correct?
phase one, yes. So
Then we just have to acquire that land, correct?
has phase two been designed already? So we don't need terminology in there about design. So potentially support the phase two construction of the Creek Bend Trail.
Yeah.
Are you guys? Is that what you want?
I mean, we can't do that.
I guess we can't do that until the land acquisition, right?
Would that
Correct.
be part of the supporting?
Would it? But that's in progress. So,
I think that's part of the process of you all supporting this, because there will probably be some actions that you'll have to take somewhere along the way to get to construction that are related to land. You have something you need to add?
Just saying. Yeah, just saying that the land use is associated with the wastewater project, which needs to move forward as well.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
So what I have right now is support phase two construction of the Creek Bend Trail.
Correct.
Is that accurate to what you all are thinking? Okay, phase two. Okay, next. Identify funding for the implementation of initial phases of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan. Are we still in the process of identifying funding? Is that what we're doing? I'm looking to staff because I don't know the answer to that.
Sure. That's
There is some funding identified that's up on the screen. There's a lot more need than that for the whole thing, but there is some funding identified.
Were the initial overall recommendations or the funding that we initially received or found, was that for some of the easy kills or easy low-hanging fruit for Arcadia Lake Master Plan?
I think what you see up on the screen, the overall recommendations, is just kind of a high-level look.
Okay.
Heard as the $500,000, we're looking at restrooms. One, maybe two restrooms. I think there's 18 total.
That's good.
Trying to get some plans mainly so we can just get them ready, and when we get funding, we can bid them out as funding's available and put it on.
So then maybe the question is, if you were to keep this, we're removing the word initial. Identify funding for the implementation of phases of the Arcadia Lake Master Plan.
Yeah.
Yes, no, I'm just throwing out an idea there. You guys want to keep this, correct? Is that the sense I'm getting?
I guess I'm sitting here thinking too, with limited budget, right? But I guess that's where the stars come in, right? We prioritize our strategic plans.
Yeah, when you talk about identify funding, again, as grant opportunities come along, that helps. If you've got, public-private partnerships that want to get involved somehow, I don't know, I'm just throwing things out there. It doesn't all just have to be our tax sources as well. I think that when we're talking about identifying funding, I think staff's looking at all those opportunities. So if I take out the word initial, implementation of phases, we don't have necessarily defined phases though, do we?
The plan does break it down into the priorities.
Okay, so those could be.
Those are priorities, it does prioritize things.
So phases, priorities, what do you all like?
I like priorities.
Others? Yeah. Okay, we're going to change phases to priorities then. Okay. Let's keep moving. Support the continued development of efforts at the Uncommon Ground Sculpture Park. Keep it the same, change it.
I feel like the wording maybe needs to be updated given where we are in this process and where we were a year ago.
Thoughts on that? Suggestions?
Some suggested words.
Well,
I'm thinking,
Support uncommon ground sculpture.
so maybe that first line can go
I
away.
mean, I just think about, Randy's comments about status. It sounds like, I guess I just want to prioritize turning around permits and, if things aren't happening, that it's not because of anything that the city's not doing or doing, right? But to be responsive to permit requests to keep it moving forward or something.
Responsive to permit requests, something.
Let's do it. Support development and opening of the Uncommon Ground Sculpture Park. We gotta get it going and get it, and we'll cut the ribbon and let it do their thing. So wordsmith it to where the city's helpful in the process and expedite the process, and voila.
Support the development.
So your-
opening of Uncommon Ground.
So your suggestion is support the development and opening of the Uncommon Ground Sculpture Park.
Yeah, yeah.
Fair enough.
Other thoughts? Does that capture?
Yeah, I just don't want undue pressure on the city, because that's why I asked my question earlier. There's dirt work going on out there, but we still don't have the permits in for the clock to actually start for the completion date. So the way the contract's written, it's 2 years. Once those permits are in, there'll be a ringing of the bell and the clock starts. And so I don't want the wording to reflect that everything's on us to get to that point, because it's a two-way road, two-way street here. There's this side over here is doing the park, there's the city side over here. So I'm very sensitive to the language here, what that could be.
Great.
Mr. Bagley, why don't you wordsmith something up here in the next 30 minutes, and we'll come back to that.
All right, let's put a pin in that one. We'll come back to it. Bill, you
I
have your
agree with
homework.
what the mayor said too, though.
Be very careful.
We do need to be careful about how we put that out there in the public. We're certainly, the city is fulfilling our side of this bargain and moving forward with the drainage work in
Huntwood.
And so I also wanted to be clear that the city is meeting our end of this bargain and negotiated agreements and moving forward, and that we'll continue to
do that, but I don't want it to sound like if things aren't happening, it's because of the city.
Great.
Because right now, no permits have been submitted for the buildings, and I think it took quite some time to get the permits submitted on the dirt work that was already ongoing, so.
Support the city's obligations and efforts at Uncommon Grounds Culture.
All right, I think we can get there, because one of the things that we'll do.
The gist of this is support our efforts, what our obligations, our duties.
Make sure we're doing our part in the partnership. Yeah. Okay, so I think we can get there, because one of the things that we do is we don't have to finalize all the wording here. We've got some time to do that and get that back to you, let you approve that. So I think we've got a good understanding where you're at. Yes, sir.
Because all we can do is our side of the street.
Correct.
So, yeah, if we word it that way.
Okay, I think we got the gist of where you guys are at on that. Anything else there? Okay. Prioritize investment and maintenance of current park properties. Anything you keep it? You want to keep it? Is it worded correctly? Okay, seeing yes nods, so we're going to keep that and move forward. Support the improvement, expansion of youth sports facilities to best meet the needs of the community.
I'm wondering, because the Service Lake stuff is complete. No, yes, it's complete. AC Kaplinger is happening.
Great.
So this seems too broad.
Kind of.
I don't know. Just a thought.
Are there other projects funded coming up?
Lots of ideas and plans out there, but nothing funded.
If you piggyback on Ms. Mugg's comments, pat ourselves on the back for getting a lot of this done. The citizens want it, they expect it. So, I mean, support the improvement and expansion. We've done that, we're doing it.
And we have a separate one on here for AC Kaplinger.
Right.
Service Lake is finished, so we're getting the sense that maybe you all are thinking this one as a goal itself maybe goes away, or is just changed.
I don't think you want to take it out of here.
Okay.
It looks like we don't support it, so.
Fully understand.
But,
Yeah.
but if we don't have the money, I also want to set, I guess that's where we prioritize. I don't know.
But it's also a placeholder. We have a lot of dreams, we have a lot of ideas. Just because we completed these few items, youth sports, at these youth sports facilities, there's more to come. So how do we change the wording that we're still exploring, looking for, and do we even need, I don't know if we have to identify anything right now.
Is Mitch Park?
Well, I think our other facilities that would be included in that list are in Mitch Park, and we have a separate item for Mitch Park master plan.
Okay.
So I'm not pushing you towards eliminating this, I think there's maybe a little bit of redundancy between items as well.
Well, my thought is, how do we still showcase our desired needs, wants for improving our youth sports facilities? Our youth sports, instead of opportunities? Or are we just, since we've done these two, we're done? If that makes sense.
Fine.
Support our continued investment and commitment for the improvement and expansion of the sports. So let them know that we've done it and we're going to continue.
Let me ask this, is there any value in this item and this item being combined into one item? Or are they two different?
I think it's different.
I look at it, they're separate.
Okay.
Because here, even though we talk about we highlight Hafer Park, Mitch Park, and we just say neighborhood parks. So we don't kind of quantify, or it's not as, here we're talking about our parks and the recreational aspect of those parks.
But not youth.
But not youth sports.
Not youth sports, just make sure, because, and the reason I ask is, in some of our larger parks, that bleeds together. That's the reason why I brought that up. So I think we have a sense for what you're looking for here. We need to work on the wording on that one. So we'll make a note, we'll work on that wording, and then that's something that we'll communicate back to you all to make sure you're comfortable with. Yes, sir.
I'd just add something. I think we could probably stay. We're going to be working on youth sports projects for a while, and improvements doesn't always need to be a $15 million capital improvement project.
Yeah.
Last night I talked about some improvements at Mitch Park that were smaller improvements, but they're making a huge difference to baseball in the community. We're bringing some to sports lighting. These are just smaller projects, but that's still happening, and that can still happen without a huge multi-year project.
Big capital project. Okay. All right. I think we.
Good point.
Yeah. And that's
Okay.
good wording for that too.
Very good. Okay, I think we've got an understanding where you guys are at on that one. Support the development of a new master plan for Mitch Park. That one's still yet to come before you, so probably, is that something you want to keep on there, keep worded as such? Okay. Support the funding and construction of a new comprehensive Edmond Veterans Memorial.
Well, we certainly support the construction. Can't find the funding.
How do we change the language that show that we are in support of our veterans in our communities?
I think that's something we can certainly do if that's a priority, because the current group, that's part of their charge as well, not just the memorial, but also those activities, those support things in there. So some of that, I think, maybe is yet to be determined by the committee on how they move forward and what they look like, if they're still charged with trying to do this, or if their charge changes to something different.
I think it's quite obvious that the city supports our veterans, but we need to verbalize that. And keeping it in the strategic planning, I think is extremely important, however we verbalize it. If this particular memorial goes away or somehow gets put on the back burner, I still think we need to show our support for our veterans.
The other thought is kind of wrapped up in this memorial were also some major improvements to Bicken Rutkin Park.
Oh, yeah.
And so,
Wow. And the pond and.
yeah, I mean, we have issues with the pond, it's ADA accessibility with the trails, with the dock that were wrapped within that $8 million Veterans Memorial Project. So, I mean, I guess a couple things. One is, do we want to keep it as a strategic goal or part of our strategic plan to support veterans in the community, but then I don't want to lose track of, and maybe because it's down the street from me in the heart of Ward 3, some really, really needed improvements to that part of Buell Edmond.
So potentially keep something related to veterans, but maybe have something new, additional about Bicken Rutkin Park improvements.
Or is that part of that other strategic goal?
I was going to say, why is it part of it?
I just don't want to lose track of that because
Sure.
I think it was some of those improvements to Bicken Rutkin were sort of not prioritized because they were part of this project, and if this project isn't going to happen, which it appears that it may not, at least not in the short term, I want to still have that at least be wrapped
I
up
think
in
Parks
the
and Rec
goal.
Board were actually discussing.
Brad, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure, it's a good point, and there are improvements to the pond being studied right now that's underway. And I would say that probably wraps in under the strategic initiative of kind of maintaining and improving our neighborhood parks. But we're working through that and we'll continue to do so regardless of the direction of the Veterans Memorial Garden.
But it's absolutely on the radar for Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard them talking about that, and also the dam and that sort of thing, that's important.
Yeah, specifically
It's ready to
related.
fall down, yeah.
Yes, to the pond and to the south side.
Well, as long as it's on y'all's radar in there, I think we can lump it in that other, but the Bickham Rec Park, but we still need to find a place for veteran stuff.
Okay, I think we can work with that, and come back with something. Okay, support the construction, appropriate staffing of Fire Station 6. That is scheduled to open this summer. Chris, do you anticipate any need for council decision-making or anything related to this goal?
No, not currently, unless we have any change orders that could occur, but right now, everything's on good track.
Thank you, Chief.
So I guess the question is, keep it? Or is and we've had this conversation in previous years, is your role substantially complete where it doesn't need to be on there again? I'll leave that to you guys to decide.
I want to keep it on because it's not complete, and if there are things that as a council we need to do to get it to completion, then I think it's worth emphasizing.
Is that where you guys are all at? Yes? Okay, we'll keep it as is.
Okay, remind me again where number 6 is.
It's by my house.
Just south of Oak Tree.
By the school.
North of the school.
And the big flagpole.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so we will keep that one and keep it as is. All right, this one is complete. We'll move forward with that one. Support.
On that, I mean, and I decided I can't get on social media anymore, but, you know, during the Geo Bond campaign, a lot of people were complaining about how we're not building a fire station in East Edmond, and this is in East Edmond, and so I don't know, is there a way to emphasize, do a press release, something? I mean, we probably did, but that we purchased the property for this fire station in East Edmond, and it will come at some point. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just saying it out loud in this room in case someone's listening.
That's silly. So,
I might say, just to remind you all, from our perspective, the thing that would really drive the need for a fire station would be call volume and people. And those are going to correspond to each other. As we get more people, more businesses, more residents out there, we're going to see an increase in call volume. Or a council priority that says, we're ready, if that would be a future bond project or something that says we need a new fire station in our city. Currently, call volume is just not there. And we had, for instance, last year, almost 11,000 emergency incidents in our city. There were 424 east of Air Depot, all of East Edmond. And so I understand occasionally you get questions from people wanting to know when is that fire station. That's kind of the big thing. We just don't see the call volume that I would be coming to you saying, we need a fire station out there. So,
Chief, ISO?
yes.
When do we do that again?
We actually do the ISO review process in 2025, so that could start sometime after January, and we'll be going through that throughout the year and doing that review. So it's every 5 years.
But is that a 3, 4, 5 month process?
It can span throughout pretty much most of 2025. So I would say about 6 months once it gets started.
So if you see a shift from, let's see, one's the best, right?
That's correct.
If you see a number going to 2 or 3 or worse, that would also drive it.
Yes, if we were to go, I guess if you say we would go backwards, we're a 1, 2, 10 right now, and if we were to slide backwards, then yes, that could be a need to say, hey, we need to take additional action to regain that 1. I don't anticipate that happening, but yes, that could be a need.
Because if we don't, insurance premiums, as we all know, are up.
That's correct.
And we should slide on ISO even higher, and then there would be a public outcry, and then the problem.
Correct. I do think if those on-ramps and off-ramps go in eventually and we see that quick development out there, that's time to really start talking about, do we need one East Edmond station centrally located? Do we need a northeast and a southeast fire station? So that would be the one thing I'd want to be careful about talking too much about that property we purchased, is the idea that people would think that's where the next fire station is going, and there is going to be one there. We don't know that, and we won't until we see the development patterns out there.
No.
I think the other concern, maybe, Chief, is if you put something out there saying we've bought land for a fire station, have you created a sense that you're going to go build a fire station?
Yeah. Yes, that's good.
Because the land we purchased, the reality is we may never build a fire station there. If it's determined that we will need an East Edmond fire station. I'm confident of that. There will come a day where we'll need at least one East Edmond fire station. The question is it going to be centrally located to cover all of East Edmond, or are we going to need one in northeast and one in southeast? So by doing 2, there is that very strong possibility we will cover every address in Edmond will be an ISO 2 at the very least, or possibly an ISO 1, which would be a wonderful benefit if the benefit cost analysis, it works that way. So.
So back to this, does there still need to be something in there, or is this complete and we move forward? Okay. Okay. Support the design and construction of the expansion of the police training facility. That hasn't reached completion yet, so they still have work to do at some point on this. Do you all want to keep this in there? And if you do you want to keep it worded as such?
So is the design will be complete this month?
Yeah, I think the design's substantially complete. We brought the change order to y'all this past month, and that had to do with our water connection. So Chris Knifing and his people have really assisted us both on this project and the next one. And so we're going to be able to tie into city water, which is really a benefit. But we're substantially complete on that, and I expect it to be done in the next calendar year. So consistent with your other projects, I would probably recommend you leave it on there so you can stay done at your next meeting.
Well, I'm just wondering, do we say support construction of the expansion?
Yeah, eliminate design from the, yes.
That's my thought.
It's a good thought. Okay, so just removing the part about design and leaving everything else? Okay. Support design and construction joint use facility for police and lake staff. I guess maybe same question, is design.
I would recommend leaving that as worded. We do have some design, some draft design, but the water connection and some other budgetary things may result in some add all on that final design, so I would recommend leaving it as is.
So you're all good leaving it as it is?
Casey?
Yes, sir.
Well, at least may be able to move forward. Right now, we have no identified funding nor are we designed for the lake component to this. So it might be appropriate to remove the lake off this component because we don't have any idea of if and when that was going forward.
But we do support our lake staff.
Sure, but this says support the design and construction.
Yeah.
We're not doing any design, nor have any intentions to do any construction for the lake.
That'll happen when the Arcadia stuff. With the Arcadia master plan,
What's
whenever
that?
that happens, is that part of the Arcadia master plan, which we have not identified funding for, but that will be on it, correct? Or is included in it?
Is part of the lake master plan.
Yes.
Yes, and this facility is being designed to one day host
Sure.
lake facility.
Sure.
So that we kind of got into it and then stopped and just pushed the police work done. So there's some design work done going forward.
But the construction is not going forward because we have not identified funding. So could that be attached to the Arcadia plan that we're going to progress forward as money is identified? I can't remember how it's funded. I mean, how it was worded.
Yeah, so I think,
So leave the.
It says priorities.
Joint facility. So what, is it just gonna be like an add-on? And you're just gonna do the police portion and then later add on to the facility, or what's the plan?
Sure.
Good catch, Councilmember. So at one time, there were discussions about efficiencies of having connected facilities. My understanding, Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but the latest design was two separate facilities co-located on the same pad. So to your point, it's not a joint use facility. So striking that language, I think, would be appropriate.
Also, along those lines, when the 2017 tax was approved by voters, the project that was on the list was just a police portion.
Okay,
So
good.
that's, I mean, if we're talking about the public-facing document.
Right.
So, and it's just funding. That's why the decision was made, that the police portion was on the list. There is a need. We do have an aging lake staff facility, park staff facility, but we can keep operating out of that facility for the time.
And then that would go, it wouldn't go away, it would just be on the list for the Arcadia.
Correct.
it would be one of in the list of priorities, it would just be rolled into that, it would just no longer be specifically called out.
So as Chief said, I think we need to take out this joint use facility, and I think that's where I was trying to get to. Not that we're not gonna do something for the lake staff at Arcadia Lake, but it's gonna be separate. Yeah. It's, okay.
So if that were the case, then this would read, support the design and construction of a police facility at Arcadia Lake.
I think it's just support construction of police facility at Arcadia Lake. The
Why-
design is complete already.
Oh, I think, Chief, you said design still had a ways to go?
Or I'm thinking of the other project.
Yeah, the other one, we took design out. Yeah, this one,
This one we're leaving it in. They don't have the water.
so support the design and construction of a police facility at Arcadia Lake. Is that where we're at? Okay. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Complete widening of intersection Danforth and Kelly, leave as is.
Yeah.
Implement phase 4 of ITS to include appropriate staffing. They will still have work on this in the future. Council will have decisions to make. Yes? Yes? Keep it? Okay. Continue to support communication between city, county, state, and federal stakeholders for funding a multi-year transportation project plan. See heads nodding, yes. Leave it worded as is. Okay. Continue planning with ODOT for revamping of I-35 corridor to include one-way access roads and turnarounds and future beautification.
So
Is there still city work to be done here?
All right. We talked about, we have future beautification up there. And I don't know what that means because
I believe that used to be its own goal at one time about, I think, doing the, I'm looking for Ryan, he disappeared. There was a project at 15th, I believe, with and there was talk of, doing landscaping and some things along I-35, and then the thought was, you don't want to do any of that before you do all this work. And I think what we heard today is we've got 8 to 10 years worth of work coming, so you've got about 8 to 10 years worth of waiting before you're going to decide on any beautification after the fact.
Right, and then I even have the question on what does that mean? Because any beautification beyond just standard grass or wildlife type grass is a maintenance cost associated with that. And then who's going to be responsible for maintaining that? So.
The way this is worded now says continued planning with ODOT. Is there planning still that needs to be done with ODOT on this?
For the corridor, that beyond that Farm Road, that's next phase.
So,
Could we say continued planning and coordination with ODOT?
absolutely.
For I-35.
Where he
Planning and coordination, and what I'm hearing is take off those last few words about future beautification. Not that we're against it, but
It's not.
well.
Well, I mean, I don't want to look like Denton, Texas out there either. And so we've got to keep in mind that at least reasonable landscaping and decisions we make on I-35 so we don't become that.
So
Some reference to something is better than nothing, because if it's taken out, then it's taken out.
It's really, and it may not come back.
what would you all like to do?
Keep Edmond beautiful.
Keep Edmond beautiful.
Fine. Leave it in. Yeah.
Does anybody have heartburn leaving those 3 words in? Okay. We're going to add and coordination to that and leave the rest as it is.
Wait.
Increase funding to implement updated pavement management plan. I guess with the way that the update is written, is it about increasing funding or is it about determining how to implement?
It's probably determining how to implement. When we get the data back for our pavement assessment, we'll be able to, plug in models on how much spending and what kind of the priority is as far as pavement conditions in Edmond, where we want to be at, and then figure out what kind of budget it takes to achieve that pavement condition. So I don't know how to phrase that. But.
Could it possibly be support the implementation of updated pavement management plan? Because
It's gritty.
things will be coming before you based upon what that is, so it's just a recommendation. It's kind of in line with some of the other things.
Repeat that, please.
Support, let me find here. Support the implementation of updated pavement management plan.
Do we need to still reference the funding? I mean, yes, we're going to implement it, but we have to identify and develop that budget for that.
Covered.
Or is it just having budget source multiple TBD?
Well, I guess the question would be is by saying council supporting the implementation, is that implying that you'll make decisions on funding? I don't know. Or do you want something specifically to say funding in there? It's ultimately up to you all.
Do you maybe have to change it to identify? Do we want to
Support the implementation and identify funding.
instead of increase, identify funding source to implement updated payment management plan?
We could do that. I mean, I guess the question is, it's ultimately for you all to decide how this needs to be worded moving forward.
I kind of like support implementation because I think it does then, do we find other sources of funds? Do we, I don't know. I mean, we can't implement it if we haven't identified a funding source. So.
Yeah, and so I was thinking about dropping the funding, whatever, completely. And like you said, just put support, but how do we support it if we don't have funding?
Right.
I mean, we go team. So I don't know how you would, and normally you could just say, of course I support this, but when it's on a strategic plan, do you need it to be a little bit more specific?
What about identify strategies to implement updated pavement management plan? Just trying to think of ways to tie implementation, funding. Well, I think we have an idea of where you guys are at. We'll work on that one offline.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep moving. Utilize recommendations from studies to enhance pedestrian safety and provide increased sidewalk linkage.
Yes.
Keep that the same. Okay. Support the construction of minimum improvements to the Danforth and Sooner intersection. That sounds like we've got the first part, but will there will be more things for them to do potentially next year? Or has all the funding been approved?
It's been budgeted.
It's been budgeted already, so essentially council will work on this as. So do you want this on there as a goal?
Yes.
Yes, you have to change the wording, though, because it says will be made during an upcoming bill and overlay in November.
Yes, but really what we're talking about is just the title. We're talking about the wording for the next document. So leave it as is? Okay. Reconfigure Boulevard between 2nd and Main Street, support corresponding utility relocation improvements. Any changes to that?
No.
Keep it as is? Okay. I'm looking for nods, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But
I don't want to make assumptions.
advance the slide.
Oh, sorry about that. There we go. My bad.
I'm still not yes.
Still not, you've got it. All right, very good. Completion of Covell Parkway development. Keep it as is, change it.
So when we say completion of the Covell Parkway, we're talking from I-35 all the way over to 74?
Well, I think we would only be responsible to west city limits, which is
To
Western.
Penn.
Is it on the way to Penn?
You could, if you look at our update, we talk about design, so you could add that in. If you don't think completion of the development is going to happen because there's not funding, do you want to change this at least for now to say complete design of Covell Parkway? Because will it all be fully designed? I'm going to hand this off to you.
We've placed the design for the Covell Parkway on hold for all the intersections until we can kind of identify future funding to build anything or to buy the right of way. There's a lot of changes that can happen between now and then. You know, if Walmart, neighborhood market, whatever might come in and change things. And so it's currently on hold. So if we want to continue to move forward with design, we can do that. It just doesn't make sense right now without any funding recognized.
So you're talking about the intersection of Sooner, Bryant, and Santa Fe. I think those are our highest priority. Not Sooner, I'm sorry, Coltrane.
Yes. Yeah.
Those would be, so Coltrane, Bryant, and of course Santa Fe. Those are our biggest concern intersections on the corridor, correct?
And the Air Depot.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think, just speaking with the folks in Ward 4, they really are concerned, since the GO bond did not pass, about their intersection at Santa Fe and Covell. I mean, really concerned about it. And we have reassured them, thank you staff, amazing emails being sent to them, but this will remain our priority. I feel like if we take it off a strategic plan, it appears that it's not a priority, even if we're not talking about the whole Covell Parkway. So I know we don't want to put probably specific intersections on there. However, I think it's important that they know, even though that bond did not pass and it is still a priority, it might take longer for it to come to fruition, but we still know it's important.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I agree.
So leave as worded?
I've got an issue with the word completion, because I mean, given where we are and
We're just talking about certain areas.
So.
How about the continued development of the Covell Parkway? Continued, I don't know. You see where we're going? Instead of the completion, because we are not talking in our heads from here to point A to point B. We're talking at this point in time, even though funding has not been identified, emergent. Some emergent, some coming up on emergent intersections. So instead of talking about the completion all the way, support development. I don't know. Help me with words, people.
I think that's one we can work on offline if you would like, but I want to make sure that we get all the input that we can on that.
Kind of.
I think so, yeah. I just want to make sure we understand where everyone's at on it.
Yes, I mean, what Ms. Peterson's saying is, we know what she's saying. We're going to try to do this. We don't have the funding for it. So maybe say pursue funding for the development of Covell Parkway. And we certainly want to pursue the funding for that specific project. Now, among other federal funds and state funds for other projects, we certainly want to do that. And we don't want to and I agree, it didn't go away, the need didn't go away. So wordsmith that, and I support what she's saying.
What does development mean exactly?
I think initially when this goal was put on here was to make it look like it does between Kelly and Broadway all the way through as a parkway, divided roadway, median, so not just the intersections, but the entire roadway through there. That's the Covell Parkway.
Which would be lovely, but I believe the intersections are probably a higher need at this point in time.
So potentially, instead of talking about Covell Parkway, we're talking about intersection improvements. No?
I think
It is the Covell Parkway.
It's on it.
it's on.
Okay. All right, we'll work on some wording on that and get that back to you all and make sure we land in the right spot. What I'm hearing is it needs to be on there for sure. We just need to figure out how to word it accurately based upon what we want to see and the constraints that we have.
Sure.
Support efforts of Regional Transit Authority's Commuter Rail Project. Still supporting that?
Yes.
Okay. Change anything? Okay.
Determine and implement long-term funding solution for expanded CityLink bus routes.
Yes.
Still for that? Any changes needed there? Okay. Encourage development and growth in downtown TIF district, including creation of advisory board. Obviously, we can take that last part off. Do you want the other part to remain? Encourage development and growth in downtown TIF district.
What does that mean, encourage?
What's growth mean?
I'm gonna let one of the experts on this row answer that question.
You're experts.
Not me.
I don't know what encouragement when you guys made this, this plan, the strategic plan, although I would say from my perspective, it is supporting the TIF. So that is much like we're doing now with the committee, supporting the TIF in that way, and then supporting the developments as a whole in the downtown corridor.
But it doesn't mean in every application that comes through is acceptable.
So is the right word support instead of encourage? Support development and growth in the downtown TIF district. Does that change anything?
Or we can take TIF out of there. It's the downtown corridor. The TIF supports the entire downtown corridor. If you guys would be more comfortable saying supporting development in the downtown corridor, I think that works just as well.
What type of development?
I think anything that isn't there today. I mean, anything that we have set as our priority and goals, such as housing, new office, things of those nature, supporting that kind of development, which is could mean a multitude of things. Are you trying to be more specific about the type of development that's coming?
Yes, and encourage development and growth. We just had a little chat 2 weeks ago. And like, that wasn't the best idea in town. So we don't want to encourage that, continue that type of conversation.
So the TIF does have priorities that we approved back in March. In the policy that we took to council, they do have priorities. So if you want to frame this to include the TIF policy priorities, I think that could be appropriate because that is affordable housing, mixed-use development, at headquarters in the downtown corridor. So we can review those in the next week or so if you want to and frame your priority around that if you'd like.
And we'll encourage development and growth for a vibrant downtown Edmond, period. Doesn't have to be TIF, it could be something else. And I got that. Obviously, I'm okay with TIF, but you can't just blindly say encourage development in the downtown TIF, because then they're going to come at you with all sorts of projects that you're going to have to say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, I think I have an idea. Are there any other comments, any other input on that? That's one that we'll work on offline. Get back to you all to make sure that you're comfortable. We'll work with Lena on that, as Lena and Randy as well. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think incorporating something, because if a member of the public just saw that, they'd think, well, just anything and everything, as long as we grow and develop, we're just all about, what is it, the hack 'em and stack 'em idea, whatever.
You're right, yeah.
So I think something that incorporates sort of smart, balanced, needed priorities, good long-range planning, something, so that it's clear that it's not just any development and growth, but smart, needed stuff, and not limited to TIF.
Okay.
So put those in
Okay, yeah, I think we've got the gist of it, so we'll go back to the recording if we need help. Okay, explore options for city-owned properties in downtown after office consolidation. Keep it, change it?
I mean, there's a lot of legal limitations on what we can do with the city-owned properties, and so, again, I think there have been some misperceptions in the public about this priority. So I think we really need to think carefully about this one, and if we leave it in, how we word it, maybe totally different thing.
I agree.
What are your recommendations on what that might look like?
I mean, we were talking about, we've got the geothermal stuff under the parking lot in the City First building, so that's probably not something we can sell. And there are some restrictions on sale of some of the city property that we can't sell it, or only,
Parking.
yeah, and parking lots and things like that. So, and maybe that's important to kind of put even city staff on notice that there's a lot of significant limitations there, and we need to be coordinating with legal and yeah, and again, this has been the source of some incorrect rumors that people thought we were going to sell their lawn or we were going to do these things and that thing. So I think, again, this is a public-facing document, and we want to make sure that we're messaging correctly and accurately. So, I mean, I'm just thinking, we want to use, it's more about city resources being utilized in the most effective,
Efficient.
smart, what's the I'm thinking?
Like efficiently.
Efficient use of city properties or something.
Legal efficient uses.
I agree with what Edmond said, and it's ongoing. Or you walk into the post office or walk into the bank, somebody says, why are you selling their lawn? I don't know anything about that. I don't know what we're selling. And so those conversations happen, those accusations happen, and we've got to address it somewhere or another. And, you know, somebody just mentioned, well, if this City First needs a roof, well, put a roof on it. And then maybe we can use it for IT or daycare or overflow. So I think we ought to just take a long look at how we're going to do this, because there's some things we can't do, period.
When you just look at wording, isn't that what that says? Explore options for city-owned property in downtown after office consolidation? That we're looking at the options?
I don't think that's what that means exclusively, looking at options. That's looking at options, getting rid of some of them. Or talking to people about I've heard talk about turning it into retail. I don't know what it is.
How about explore options for the most efficient use of city-owned property?
That's fine, it just depends on whose definition of efficient use.
Yeah.
I think maybe one piece of context for all of this is when, you know, this goal's been in there for a couple of years and the wording got changed some last year. But to what you all are saying, just remember that where this lives currently is under economic development. Engage in aggressive economic development to create more jobs and generate revenue to serve our residents. So that would lead to what you all are saying about people think it's for this, and they're probably thinking that because that's where it lives in this plan, is under economic development. So if it does not need to be that, but there needs to be something in there, we need to make sure it's in the appropriate part of the document, is what I'm hearing as well.
I'm just wondering if we need this in there, if it's just misleading. I mean, obviously, we want to be good stewards of city resources always. Because I hear what you're saying. I mean, in a diplomatic interpretation, it means, what are our options? What's the most efficient use of these properties? How can we best, be good stewards of these resources? But what we've seen is the public is not perceiving it that way.
True. But the thing is that it's been communicated right, wrong, or different since day one, since we came up with the plan to do the constructions downtown, city center, move forward, all that. So how do we, to me, it still needs to be there, but we need to correct the wording to where it means what it means and take this gradual interpretation that's been happening out of the picture.
As best we can.
As best we can.
Yeah, I think we need to explore. This idea has been, for what, more than a decade, about the reuse and redevelopment of these properties. It was decided 10+ years ago when the beginning discussion about consolidating city resources, city offices, was the way to help finance this consolidation of resources is to redevelop those properties, potentially putting them into private development to generate additional tax revenue for the city, or to help finance or pay off any debt or loans tied to the new city hall complex. So, we say that it's important to keep options on the table to investigate whether it remains in the city-owned property and or not, what are those options to consider. Maybe a redevelopment for a continuous city use, or we evaluate and say the highest and best use is not for city use, but it's because of this reason. It'll generate X amount of additional sales tax for the city or additional job opportunities in the downtown area.
I just went over all the headings, and I just don't see where that could belong under anything else than what it's under right now. And Mr. Ridley, that was my assumption as well from the beginning, that the revenue from these city-owned properties was going to be used towards paying down the debt for the City One complex. However, I do understand maybe the more efficient use for some of those buildings would be to hold on to them as city-owned properties, and in case we need more office space for different departments. So I don't exactly know what the best thing is to do with those properties. However, Case, I can't find another place to put that. I think it absolutely is under economic development. However, I've gotten those same responses that Ms. Mudd's gotten, a little frustrated, a little angry about what we're going to do with those properties. So I don't know. It's important. It's important to know what we're going to do with those properties, and I believe it needs to stay in a strategic planning. But it's very misleading, and as maybe this doesn't even sound appropriate, but it does matter how the public perceives this document. This cannot be something that just city employees can look at and say, well, sure, I know exactly what that means. It has to be put in a form that it will not be misleading for the public. So I know that's a lot of different stuff there, and I kind of went back and forth, but I actually don't exactly know what to do with this.
Well, may I make a suggestion then? Staff evaluate surplus city property, or staff evaluate and advise council of surplus city-owned properties. Let us know what we have, what's happening after we consolidate, move into City Hall, and we can start fresh from there. But to indicate that, you know, the redevelopment of surplus city-owned properties, that's a pretty broad word. Redevelopment, is that housing, is that retail, is that for IT to move into? What is it? So just let us know the status of it after consolidation.
And part of that evaluation has to be the legal restrictions on these properties. So we need to involve legal counsel with respect to those restrictions and not go out and have conversations about redevelopment without some of those restrictions at the forefront. Because I think there's been in the past conversations that have been had that are not things we can legally do with the property. So that's my thing.
that is a concern, and I think some of those conversations caused the rumors and the backlash.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it needs to stay. We need to determine what that actually means when it's in there, make sure we word it accurately. We'll take a closer look to see where maybe the most appropriate fit for it is based upon how it's worded. So that's one that we'll work on and get back to you all and get your feedback and input on, unless we want to get further on that today.
And it might be economic development if we can, but I mean, I think it's bigger than that, right? It's efficient use of our resources given the legal constraints under which these properties are operating. But then, you know, we've talked about a place for the county offices. That's something that's important to the businesses out in the community, to have a place to have court filings, and I think you could get passports, you could get, you know, and so we don't have those resources right now, right? Because they're in the
Communities. The community center.
The community center, right? All those resources for people in our community were in the community center. And so we've got to figure out, you know, balancing, you know, good use of these resources, redevelopment for the city, legal restrictions, serving our community. And so I don't know that I love that it's only under economic development, right? Because I think there's more to it than that.
Okay. We'll take a hard look at that one and get back to you all with some thoughts. Did you have something else, Councilmember?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I'd put a 4-star by a comfort break if you grant us one.
Oh, he's going.
He's going anyway.
5 minutes, because we want to try to get everyone out of here on time. 2:20, we start talking again.
He always says that. Keep going.
All right, let's go ahead and jump back in. So we're gonna start getting tight on time. That doesn't mean I want to cut off your conversations. Going to make sure that you all get to speak to everything. Just want you to be aware that we're coming up towards the end of our time, so we will keep this thing moving. All right, next item, which we already had some conversation on earlier, pursue development of indoor sports complex at I-35 and Covell. Keep it, and if we keep it, do we word it differently?
Mr. Connors, I'd like your thoughts and advice.
I would say the wording is fine as is. Pursue development of listen to interest in. I don't say.
Are we? I think maybe are we pursuing?
In Edmond.
Oh, not just at I-35 and Covell. Yeah, absolutely. Make it broader than what it is now. Yeah.
Is the word pursue accurate?
Is there investigate? Investigate. Yeah.
Encourage.
Encourage. Research. Yeah, I would say we're not pursuing is not accurate.
Okay.
We're not, because we're not going out and trying to find someone. They're asking the question.
But we are. If someone comes to us, we're encouraging them to.
We're very encouraging.
So encourage, blah, 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 in Edmond.
Encourage development of indoor sports complex in Edmond?
Yeah.
Research, big part.
Or something off there?
Yeah.
Well, the update is worded perfectly. Staff remains committed to listening to ideas.
Yeah.
Listen.
So just that top.
Whatever that headline needs to say.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah, it's been mixed at I-35 and Covell.
And the status should maybe ongoing as opposed to on hold.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, we'll work on tidying that one up as well. Support growth and expansion of Guthrie Edmond Regional Airport. Keep it. And if we keep it, do we change it in any way?
I think it's fine. Well, it's good.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the sports thing?
Yes, sir.
What's the language on the performing arts? What does that say?
Oh, the one that's a little further down the language as far as the update or how it's written. Let's see. Create appropriate partnership to pursue potential.
Maybe something like that.
Something that mirrors that, because on the sports complex, because what we're talking about is it would require a partnership.
That work with you, Mr. Conner?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a note, we'll play around with that, good thought.
I can never see your face. I'm like, are you serious?
Airport, any changes needed there?
On the
Okay.
airport?
We'll move forward. This one is complete, so that one goes away. Implement enhanced system for place marking and wayfinding. Jennifer, is there anything that council would need to keep this on for?
The only problem would be
Some future attention needs to be to budget for additional signage and/or signs that get damaged. So this has never happened in Edmond before, so there is not a budget item for it.
So almost like an O&M, operational maintenance?
Maintenance, ongoing maintenance.
Sweet option.
So the question is, do you want to keep something related to wayfinding and change the wording a little bit about moving forward to potentially future phases and maintaining the system?
As was between this and
What'd you say?
they tempting system was learned with only
There you go.
ads and like
How about maintain system for place marking and wayfinding?
Is that Ricky? Is that making good?
Council, is that where you're at? Are you good with that? All right. Thank you, Corey, for entering the chat. Appreciate that.
One comment.
He's done.
Okay. Consider recommendations from the Housing Assessment Study.
Can someone please tell me what's, this is ongoing, but what are we doing? I mean, it's important, it's extremely important to the residents, it's important to us. However, we have no legalities to tell a developer or a builder how much to charge for their housing. So how do we do this?
Okay, Ken elected me to start. So part of the housing assessment, some of the things that they recommend was to seek additional funding. Currently, we use CDBG for some of our housing programming. And there's other federal funding that we can go after that would require us to potentially hire a consultant to help us set that funding up because we've never used that funding. There's a whole slew of regulations that go with that. And there's other items such as a housing authority, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. And then there's things with the development code and other things that Ken can talk to with the Edmond plan and such that would help, that go along with that.
And all those things are super important, and there's folks out there that need that funding. However, when people see, when they hear the housing assessment, they're talking about attainable housing. This is the first thing they think about is attainable housing. So the first thing they're thinking about is how are you going to help me own a home or get into a home? And not just, and even though I agree and I support everything that's there to help our folks that are in need, and I do, but I don't know, do we word this differently? Because housing assessment, we all know what that means. But the general public sees it and says, how are you helping houses be more, things affordable?
Yeah, and then there's also incentives that we could investigate and look into that we could use federal funding to help incentivize.
Like first time getting into a home,
Yeah, either that or even with the development coming in, there's things that we can do as a city in incentivizing to lower the cost and lowering the cost of a home as it's being built. Similar to like what we did at Heritage Village.
I would love to see that happen.
So there's things like that we can do, there's things that we can do to assist the homeowner in getting a home for the first time that would help lower their costs. There's things with the aging housing stock that we have, weatherization, energy efficiency, all of that goes into the housing cost. And it's not just about building new homes, it's about our aging housing costs as well.
Yeah, and I love that. And like I said, I know that because we sit around this table and we hear all of your encouraging words like every other week, and we love to hear everything you're doing. However, I don't know that the general public knows that. So is there a way to word this somehow without becoming a 12-paragraph thing?
I am wordy, I'm sorry.
No, I mean...
We can always shorten it.
No, we can, and Christy, I didn't mean that.
Oh, no, I know.
What I meant is where the general public can just look at it as a bullet point and go, oh my gosh. So,
And we do
there's
need
so many
to
things
your,
entailed
yeah,
into it.
and to your point, we do need to do a better job about even the current programming that we have available to the general public and what we can do currently without going after additional funding.
Yeah, and I absolutely didn't mean that.
I know
What
you
just
didn't.
mean, all these things need to be bullet points so that when the general public's not, I don't have anything against their knowledge base. I'm just saying, if they're gonna read it, they're gonna read the bullet points. They don't want wordy stuff. So how can we word that to say, yes, this is important to us. This remains on our strategic planning, but how do we word that so they know what we're talking about and not just, oh my gosh, you're doing another study?
Right, and this is also a perfect time because we are in our beginning stages of our next 5-year consolidation plan for CDBG Hub. So our Citizen Participation Committee has been already hard at work the last several months in learning about different programming that we can potentially add to what we're already doing. And so I can work with Casey in pulling out specific wording out of the assessment, and we can reword that to kind of summarize what we're doing and enhancing the next steps to that.
I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Any other thoughts on that? If not, we'll move forward with working on some wording for that and get back to you all to see if you're comfortable where that is. Okay. Implement flexibility into code to encourage stormwater management best practices. So that sounds like that is coming in the Unified Development Code update. What is the timing on that?
It always seems to be a few months from when I ask the consultant when they're going to wrap up. So I think the summer 2025 is probably a good time frame. We're continuing to encourage our consultant to wrap up their end of things, but I think that time frame is still about right.
So with that being said, this is still an ongoing active goal until that is implemented, correct? And for it to be implemented, that takes action by the city council. So leave it as is?
Yes.
Okay. This is a similar one, support staff efforts to educate and enforce best practices for stormwater management to reduce flash flooding. I think this one also, there's an element to the code as well, in addition to their ongoing education efforts. Keep it? Change it in any way if we keep it? Leave it as is? Okay. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Support staff efforts to educate and enforce best practices for stormwater management. When we talk about the education portion, is there a need, are we also talking about our residents? Because some of the stormwater issues we have comes from some of the things that they're doing in their yard.
But that's what they educate.
But I just want to make sure it's in there.
Instead of asking for permission, they ask for a public
Yes, because we,
forgiveness.
Yeah, I would say we're continuously educating our residents on stormwater and and what they do to their property and how that affects that.
Okay, so we're going to leave this one as is. Continue implementation of solutions to meet needs identified by community mental health needs assessment. Is it time to update that wording?
Probably, yeah. So part of the new grant that we just won, the System of Care grant, which you'll be hearing about at your next workshop, and you will also be getting an update on the mental health, where we're at. Healthy Minds Policy Initiative will be doing a needs gap analysis. The 25 initiatives that were identified in 21, we've actually have completed and checked marked a lot of those things. And with this new grant, we'll be more emphasizing those child, youth, and family services. So we could probably look at, there's still going to be implementation. I would probably change it more to the supporting the system of care or something along that lines. I can work with Casey on the wording on that. But the System of Care grant, that's a 4-year grant. And with our community partners, with the public school system and all of that. And it's a huge initiative with the community, so I would recommend that.
Okay. Thoughts, questions? Does that sound like keep it, but
I want to keep it just
work towards where we're actually headed with it? Okay, we'll work on that. Implement the Edmond Plan 2018.
Yes, thank you so much for leaving this in the strategic plan. It does give us lots of flexibility. Of course, the comprehensive plan touches many of the things that the city, a lot of the city actions and operations that we have to do on a day-to-day basis, as well as some long-range things. So as an example, one of the actions in the Edmond plan is to strengthen the relationship between Edmond and UCO by cooperating on redevelopment of the University Avenue corridor. So that's sitting there as this like opportunity. UCO is ready to pursue that master plan with us, and we're able to kind of walk down that path with them. So leaving this in the strategic plan allows us that flexibility and provides that support from council as well. So thank you very much.
Would you leave the wording?
It's a little general. We could maybe specify it a little bit if you wanted to focus in on a particular component of the Edmond plan. But that might be its own strategic planning session.
Yeah, but didn't you just say, thank you so much for having it in there, because there's several things in there that leave us open to going, yes, we can address that, or yes, that's important. So if we make it more specific, does that limit you at some point?
Yeah, it's a trade-off for sure.
Mm-hmm. So continue implementing the Edmond Plan 2018?
Because you're already implementing.
Right, so continue implementing, because it's a big plan, there's a lot of stuff on there.
Or how about support the implementation? Again, we use support a lot.
Yeah. Support the ongoing.
Support the ongoing implementation.
Yeah, I would not make it specific.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. Pursue additional state and federal funding for project needs. That's a big head nod, yes?
Yes. Yes.
Create appropriate partnerships to pursue Performing Arts Center in downtown Edmond.
I think we heard from President Lane how important this is to him, and I know we're trying to create those relationships between the city of Edmond and UCO. However, he did even state himself it'd probably be a couple of years before that can happen. But as the mayor stated earlier, sometimes you want to keep it on the strategic plan to have a placeholder for it. We don't have sort of financing for this, and maybe even the partnership that we were going to have for UCO is in a different entity than ever happens. However, I think it's important for UCO, and we're really trying to strengthen those relationships. So I don't know how you want to word it, but I think it's somewhere, it needs to be on there somewhere to hold its spot. I'm just fearful if we drop it off and say, let's bring it back, in 3 years, it won't.
Any other thoughts? Are you comfortable with how it's worded if it stays?
Isn't that very similar to what was on the ballot in 2017?
Yes.
Yes. The subcon with this flavor.
Is he brewing?
Any other thoughts? Leave it as is?
What do you think?
That's kind of downer, the update.
Well, the update, isn't that update just for us?
What's that?
The
Yeah, the update was just basically where things, that was for you all, so you understand where it is. I mean, as far as what's in the strategic plan moving forward, it's just that top line. That's just the background as to how we got to where we are today.
Can I make an idea or suggestion? You talked about that. He talked about our partnership we continue with the UCO, city, university, drive plan, how to develop. I just wonder if there's an overall statement about developing a closer, stronger relationship with UCO and pursuing opportunities. And then in the text, you could say that could include investigating the future for our center, developing opportunities up and down the university corridor, and social relationships to line downtown with UCO. That might be a great way for us to show to UCO and your community how important that leadership is and that partnership is.
Because even though we're doing it.
Yes, but I specifically say this is a standalone, it could be one of the items that we're working on with them.
Because it is important.
Fostering our special relationship with the University of Central Oklahoma.
The question is, though, do we still want to say something about Performing Arts Center? I think to what you were alluding to, Mayor, because it was on a list of projects on a ballot. That's kind of been the sticking point every year when nothing's moving forward, but hey, it was on this list that we said we were going to do. So is that something that you still want in there specifically or not?
What sense that was out?
Well, I think while leaving it in there, I'll go to the other states. You're over time by a little bit. The president of the university was up here 4 hours ago. It'd be rather insulting not to leave it in there.
Yeah.
So, wordsmith it to where we foster our special relationship with the University of Central Oklahoma and include whatever you got to include.
Got it. You guys all comfortable with that? Where we landed?
It has to be in there somehow.
Okay, got it. All right.
And on hold?
With them.
Well, that was just the update because it's literally been on.
Just for us.
Yeah, that's literally because it's been on hold. If it starts to move forward, then that would change as far as status. Yeah, that's just the status update. That's not the wording that goes into the document.
Okay.
Support staff efforts to expand community education initiatives on key topics. Leave it. If we leave it, keep it the same. Change it.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
You guys good with it? Okay. This one is complete.
Pat.
Enhance relationships with education partners to mutually improve traffic planning and management near schools. Keep it. If we keep it, do we change it, or is it worded as needed?
I like that.
Yep, keep it.
Okay, so that gets us through all of this. Is there anything that you all came with that we need to discuss that is not currently in this plan?
I don't have anything to add unless you intend to put Santa Fe and Cordell in there.
I only put in there what you all say, because this is your document.
Yeah, it's not a traffic issue, it's a safety issue. If I use that word, doesn't it get higher?
I'm for Stacy. Whatever she wants.
Well, so we do have the item that we're going to go back and expound upon on Covell Parkway development. So we could potentially call out specific intersections in that. But if you want a separate item, that's totally up to you guys, if you want that as a separate item.
How did we do it? Did we do our sections specifically for, like Second and Ryan to Danforth? Have we done time for Q8?
Yes. Yeah, but not on Covell.
B.
Actually, we did improvements for Santa Fe and Covell.
Yeah, no, we did not do that, but we did do it for Second and Ryan. We did do it for Kelly, Danforth and Kelly, and I think also Main and Second Street is what the back there.
Second, Boulevard. Yeah.
Yeah. I need money. Of course, so is money.
Is that the universal sign for we need Skrilla?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It can be noted as part of that one specific Covell Parkway item. We've done that in the past, where we've called out some bullet points underneath an item. That can be done, or you can have it as a separate item, or neither.
Well, and maybe I'll bring this up at the complete wrong time here. You know, we've had conversations, and I know Mr. Lawrence has visited with those people at length, and coming up with alternative things maybe that can help in the interim to safely get them from point A to point B to come north on Santa Fe and turn on Covell and get to Mitch Park and the MAC. So again, we don't have funding identified for this, and to say that I want to put that on as a strategic plan to do that whole intersection, does it need to be done? Yes. Are there other things that probably need to be done prior to that? You know, it depends on what your priorities, each person's priorities are. But so I don't know how we would put that in the strategic plan. Again, I know like we did Coltrane and Covell, we did a little interim thing there. We're going to do a little interim thing at Danforth and Sooner. So, but we've already done a little interim thing there at Covell and Santa Fe. And it's still scary as all get out to turn east or north. So, and I know it's constricted there because of the drainage. And so, gosh, I don't even know. I'm not going to put that on there. I just feel like it's very important. And I know I say this, and yeah, it's in my ward, and I've heard a lot about it, but it's a serious intersection.
Steve, are there, short of the full thing, are there additional things that you all could do safety-wise?
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it, knowing that the GEO funding is not there. We can look at interim improvement on top of the interim improvement, and see if there's some ways. Is it mainly pedestrian safety? Is it also vehicular safety? I know they have a lot of guardrails hit there.
I've heard more about pedestrian and what they're doing on walking there.
Yeah.
Just freaks me out because it's so dangerous with them walking down Santa Fe. They just zoom onto Santa Fe and turn that corner there. However, car safety is, how many times has that rail been taken out?
Lots.
And I don't know, Chief, can you tell me what the accident, is there a higher accident ratio at that intersection? Because just turning east, going north, turning east on Covell off of Santa Fe, if those folk aren't way back in that one where you're supposed to be, how many times have those cars been clipped there at that intersection? I don't know those statistics, and I don't
Yeah.
even know if you need them to warrant
Right.
doing more improvement.
Well, we've got the data on the accidents, and surprisingly, or crashes. It's mainly actually them running into the guardrails. And we, Public Works is out there fixing them all the time. So we're looking at some interim solutions for those guardrails as well, just so we're not having to spend so much money on repairing the guardrails. But we can look at interim improvements for, we were looking at a way to connect the two, between the two neighborhoods for a trail to go through there. So we'll move forward with working with the neighborhood HOAs and see if we can get that for pedestrians. And then we'll look at the intersection. I know that, I hear it. We'll put it in our priorities, how we put it on the strategic plan. I don't know. I know also on our strategic plan, as council adopted Vision Zero. So we're always looking at safety improvements on our roadway systems. So that's kind of part of that.
So we know it's a priority, I don't know, I think what I was trying to get to, I don't even know how in-depth you need to put in strategic planning except for in that one bullet point. Because we know it's a priority.
So, so I think we've heard you, and I think what Steve's saying, I think what Steve is saying is, as departments, we try to take these things that you all put out in front of us and figure out how to implement those with actual solutions. So without necessarily having to put a specific goal in there, I think it's pretty clear that they can take that and
Yeah, and I would say even without you all identifying a funding source, we just want to know what the strategic goals are, and we'll help figure out what those things cost and how to get there, and then try to identify funding. So not necessarily do we have to have funding for it right when you make a goal for it. So, yeah.
more delineators, just throw them everywhere. Any other items that you all would like to bring up to discuss, to potentially have in this plan for 2025?
I'm good. I'm personally thinking that's still a lot of uncertainty, a lot of creativity, like we've had to work before. It's still going to be needed to create solutions, and it's still a lot. So I'm good.
Anyone? Everyone? Is that where everyone is then? Okay, well, I'm going to let the mayor make the final words, but first, thank you to everyone that contributed on this, and we will get to work and we will get back with you all, and we'll let Mayor Davis finish this out.
So we'll see kind of the list of the strategic goals, and then we'll do our ranking thing.
Yes, so next steps, next steps, what needs to happen is we will go back. We will, this next week, be working on all these wording issues that we wanted to work through. We'll get those back to you to make sure everyone's okay with where we're at wording-wise, and once we're there, then Jane will work with you all on the prioritization. You'll send that back to her, and then we will plan to bring this forward at the December 9th, is that right? December 9th council meeting for you all to approve.
When you do that, and I know we've kind of talked about specific ones that we were wanting wording on that certain staff leaders have said, oh, I'll work on that wording and get back to you. Can you maybe red star it or highlight it so we can see? Because there's a bunch of them that we're like, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yes, it'll be noted. There will actually, it won't be like, here's the document. You're going to get something back saying, okay, here are the list of things that you want us to work on wording that we didn't decide upon. Are you good with where we're at? Or if not, tell us what changes. So we're going to do that before you get the final list. So it won't come as the final list. Good question.
I just want to say thank you to everybody, staff, going through this process, because I know for us, council, it's mentally draining. I know for you all, it's mentally draining because
There's normally 5 different mentalities back there. Today it was only 4 to go figure out where to go. And to take Edmond to the future. I really appreciate that. I did want to take this opportunity since this is the end for some of us. Just like Chief Goodwin, this is the last time he's going to be here for a strategic planning. And we appreciate that, sir. We appreciate your service, everything you do. We know that you're not retiring today, but in this environment, this is the last time you're going to be here. And we appreciate everything you've done.
And
Kevin, Mike.
Ryan.
Same thing with Ryan. For some reason, he wants to go up north. He's already got water problems right there. No, you can't take Chris with him.
Yeah, sorry.
Florida, but it just be. Okay. That's right, it did not. But see, I was talking to Ryan earlier, I said, who am I gonna talk to give me the Latin version of this plant, the name? You see, I'm gonna be taken care of. But same for you, Ryan. Thank you for all you've done. This is kind of emotional because people are leaving, but they're going on for bigger and better things. Because guess what? We created a foundation here for them to go do that. And that's correct. It's the same thing for you two. The 3 of us, we won't be here next year because we've all said we're going to go home and make cookies. Kristen, appreciate everything you've done.
Appreciate you.
Stacy, appreciate everything you've done. Gary, we're going to pray for you. This is historic because something else that you have to, I know, getting close to time. You have to look at the relationships that we have in this room. A lot of you all worked in other cities. I worked in municipal. This is the only city I've worked with, but I look at other cities and how they operate. They don't operate the way we do, the way we have relationships. I worked on the federal side, and definitely federal side, and that music like this, a lot of places. But look at the relationships you all have, that from department-wise, you all can communicate with each other. So that has to continue as we go forward, because no matter what happens, whatever obstacles that have been put in front of us, guess what? We've always put the right foot in front of the left and kept on going and climbing that mountain. And we've achieved what's necessary to make this city great. So I commend you all for that. Keep doing the great work. And guess what? Edmond is always a great place to live, grow, and play. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, before you close, I want to say something, and I think I can speak for everybody in this room. You donated and contributed many years of your life to this city. People look up to you, they admire you. Well, you are tall. You've done good things, and you have a passion for our city. And you and Ms. Peterson and Ms. Mugg are very valued in this community. You've got a lot of work to do in the next few months. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. But just know from everyone in this room, the 3 of you are very valued and an important part of this process. And you've got work to do and stay at it. Okay? Keep working.
Thank you, sir. By all the power that's invested in me.
Which is 20%.
This meeting is hereby concluded.